Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. Me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends, and noms. And noms is hand, not full noms, just a little bit of noms there. Very good, very good. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Long requested. It's a new tie. It looks purple to me, but noms has said Magenta, like the character in Rocky Horror. It's magenta, apparently. Do you want to do the whole time warp right here, right now?
No.
You are, in fact, doing the time warp. Maybe later. Maybe later. Hello, everyone. How's it going? In your opinion, it is plum or purple. Hey, Jim, the two of us are on the same page. Hero of the stream. Jim says it's purple. I agree. Yeah, plum.
I mean, they're seeing it mediated through...
Unlike you, who has direct access to the object itself.
Even though I don't have my glasses.
I'm making a joke about human perception.
Yeah,
okay, right.
Nice, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when I think of plum, I think of this is a subcategory of purple.
I mean, what I could do, which I will not ask you to do, is plum is a subcategory.
Yeah.
What I could do, which I'm not going to do, is to ask you to pull up magenta and purple on the Google thing, and then compare it.
Compare side by side. Yeah, I guess we could do that. But yeah.
We do know your color eyeballs are not the strongest.
My color eyeballs are not the strongest. I think partially because I was not actually no. I think it's because I have a broader sense of what's acceptable for words like purple or red. Because I think when you say red, we think of an exemplar case of red, the fire truck is exemplar case red, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but if a barn is red, it's not the exact same color, but I say, hey, it's red also. And so if I had a barn-colored tie, I say it's a red tie.
Yeah, I think this is because you didn't have, the 10-pen set of the different colors, and you need to be able to distinguish between purple and pink and magenta.
I thought you were going to say I didn't have the 64 crayon Crayola set. You didn't, yeah.
I only had 48.
Only 48?
And then when I was an adult and had my own money, then I bought a 96.
96.
It's the big one with the sharpener in it.
Is it really? Wow,
yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah. I feel like I need to do some more work with color theory. I remember, in middle school, I took an art class. This is the teacher who made us listen to smooth jazz while painting. It would help us feel the creativity. It's great.
Oh, I wish I...
It was nice. But we did this color triangle thing where this color is exposed, this color, or is not exposed, is opposite this color, etc. Yeah. And I understood none of this. It would seem just memorize this, good luck. So, yeah, I don't really understand colors. That's right. I make color. I want to make some joke about post-racial society, but that's not a funny joke. So that's how it goes.
We should bring this up with our colleague who teaches aesthetics.
Which part? I should wear this. I should wear this tie when we go to see the aesthetics colleague, and I should say, "What color is this tie?"
And then we'll learn that he's actually colorblind.
It's possible, or he'll say that's a question of cultural categorization. Because aren't there some cultures that don't have the same kind of color? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard the. Are you about to tell the same story?
Possibly. Go ahead.
Okay. No, you go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say I heard the Greeks did not have the color blue.
Oh, that's not what I was gonna do actually.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this is one of those standard questions. Sailing the wine dark sea, etc. Why is the ocean dark, not blue? And it turns out that they of course had the color blue.
Yeah.
This didn't make the distinction exactly where we do, as I understand it.
Yeah,
I mean,
or if you actually look at the sea, it's not always
really blue. Yeah, exactly right.
It's kind of dark.
Yeah.
brown purple thing.
I wonder when humans started calling the ocean blue. And is it like just because they had acrylic crayons? And no one makes sea scum green. It's just quite right. It's like, blue, good enough. I don't know.
I mean, what's interesting is I think like in some areas of Greece it is like blue.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some color in Japanese that isn't.
Green.
Yeah, is that green?
Green and blue.
Green and blue, right? Is it like the traffic signal?
Yeah.
They refer to as blue,
Yeah.
even though to my eye it is the exact same color
Yeah.
as in the U.S. To your eye also it's the exact same
Yeah,
color,
yeah,
right? Yeah, and so I don't know if it's like where the split on green is and blue, or if instead like there's not really a category green. They can make.
There's certainly a category green.
But it's split differently in a way
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
as an
yeah.
American, I don't fully understand where the split is.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's actually the color or if it's only in certain deployments like traffic lights or other places where it's called blue.
Yeah, because mochi, no. Matcha, thank you. Matcha is like, to my American eye, green as green can be.
And they'll call it green.
But they also call it ao.
I don't know because I think culturally people think of matcha as green.
Okay,
Right.
good. Yeah,
So
that's interesting.
yeah, I do wonder if it's like
Yeah, do you have access to Japanese categories?
on that one I do not.
Okay.
On that one I'm pretty American.
Yeah, we need to call your mother and have her point at different colors or different objects and say which ones are blue and which ones are green. Because I myself need some kind of Japanese correspondent. I guess I could find a colleague at school instead.
We could just ask our poor 52-year-old colleague that we turn to for all Japanese questions.
Yeah. I mean, he is our man in Japan, and we approach him and say, "Hi, what does this read to you?" Or, "Here's an idea we have. Does that sound offensive to Japanese people?" Absolutely. Yeah. So other than the question of what color is the tie, what else do we have today? I had something to talk about, but I've completely forgotten what it was.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you're home today. That's exciting.
I am, and
Yep.
at the rate that we're chatting, you're not gonna get coffee. 'Cause
Oh,
I
it's
have a
okay.
Call in 13.
Okay. In that case, should it be goodbye to Nom's time?
Yeah, goodbye to Noms.
All right, Noms, thank you for hanging out. Oh, that's one thing. Noms didn't go to bed last night until on about 3 a.m.
Nah, it was closer to 2:30.
Well, 2:30 is when you ended your work time.
Really?
Yeah, and then
Oh.
you washed your face and so on, and yeah. So, yeah, Noms up early last night, and then up at, 6 o'clock, 6:30? I do not know how Noms operates this way. It's absolutely amazing to me every time.
Noms is looking forward to in 12 minutes when all of the schedule sends go out
Oh,
and
that's
land
right.
in everyone's box.
That's what I wanted to mention. So Noms is a nice
Great.
boss in that Noms doesn't send messages overnight at 2 and 3 in the morning unless you want to prove to people.
I mean, if I'm sending them to the U.S., I know they're awake.
Sure,
So it's
sure.
Perfect timing for them.
Yeah, but when it comes to like your subordinates here, you wait till 9 a.m. and then, I don't know, 40, 50 emails sent simultaneously, raining down across campus like a meteor storm.
And I'm not there today.
You're not there today, it's great. Hey, Trexie, thank you so much, Trexie, for the generous subscription. It's always good seeing you, my Australian friend. Hope things are going well down under us, actually.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, not
Not straight down and right a little bit. Anyway, hi, Trexie. Hope you're having a good day. All right. Have a good day, Noms.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
I
with
think
us.
today is the day they will realize it.
Maybe so.
Because some people will get 2 or 3 emails simultaneously, which is just not possible.
I don't know. Maybe you have multiple computers open and you type with both hands simultaneously and then push send
Or
and they
dictating
all go out.
simultaneously.
Maybe so. All right.
Okay.
Have a good one. We'll see ya.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Just us now. Yeah, I never schedule send. Never ever schedule send. If I'm sending an email at 3 a.m., I'm cool with that. I think it's I assume my students will not read the email in the middle of the night, or if they see it's in the middle of the night, they will not care. Where for Noms, I think because the boss is up at night, there's often an expectation that the boss needs a fast response or expects a response to something. Not quite sure. Icarus, hello, friend. I'm sorry Noms is gone. I'll give her your hello when she's back inside. Hello, Rucappy. It's good to see you today. It's good to see you all today. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to anybody, but thank you all for being here so darn much. Jack, that's super interesting. I'll read more about that later. Sushi, good luck with your rhyme base. I appreciate it. Hello, Too Quick Ben. How's it going? Fernanthus, Axix, Freak, Pepper, Silent, Green Concrete, Buckingham Green, thank you for the off-stream subscription. If you did not want me to say thank you, I didn't. I was thanking myself. Hello, Emu, how's it going? I'm sure I missed some hellos, but it's good to see you all sincerely, and I'm very excited for another day of a little game called Oxygen Not Included. Yesterday we made such progress. Yesterday, like I said, is one of the very first days of this playthrough where I said at the beginning, we're going to do 3 things, and then we did the 3 things, and that was amazing. So, I don't have any good goals today. I have some, like, possible goals, but I can't have 2 really productive days in a row, or you all gonna get the idea that, you all might get the idea that, I actually know how to plan in this game. Possibly. Dr. Nixum, thank you for the resubscription also. Awesome to see you. Icarus, you're curious, is Noms my girlfriend? Wife, actually. Yeah, actually, wife. We got married 3 years ago now, is that right? Something like that. We've been together for, I don't know, 8 years, 5 years, 4 years. So we actually do this thing. I can figure out how long we've been together because every year we write ourselves a birthday card on the day we became official years ago. And so I can go look and see how many birthday cards there have been. And we're still young enough as a couple that there are birthday cards that say like, happy birthday, you're 6 years old now. And so that's great. At some point, and I don't know what the number is, they stop making enumerated birthday cards, and when that happens, we'll have to like get them specially made, perhaps, or order them somewhere else. But yeah, I think we maybe 7, maybe 8, something like that. Anyway, married 3 years ago, and Noms is the boss around here, and she comes by from time to time. But normally, I start stream as she walks out of the door, so you don't often see her. But that's that. Okay. Let's push this button. Start talking about the game some. I'm sure more stories will bubble to the top today. And that is good. Oh, the one thing to say, as I mentioned before, I'm teaching Marx this week. And all I'm trying to get the students to see is what Marx's arguments were. And that's all I want. I do not want them to necessarily accept them, reject them, whatever's cool. And I said it this way to really lower the temperature of the room. Because we have international students, and some of the international students are from, China. Some of the international students are from the former Soviet republics, and they have incredibly strong feelings. And I'm trying to talk about the theory without dealing with the history until the very end. But yesterday in class, I had a student from a former Soviet republic raise his hand and ask me a very direct and somewhat controversial or directly confrontational question. And I responded to it in like the standard way you do, is inside the theory, no worries. And then he said, answers like that got my uncle killed. And I said, and I didn't know what to do. And I said, would you mind explaining a little bit more? Would you mind telling me a little bit more about what happened here? Like, my uncle fought in the Soviet army. I was like, oh boy. And so I promised him that on Friday we would talk about the relationship between Marx's theory and then recent history. The problem, of course, is that lots of thinkers taken Marx in lots of different directions. Like the Stalinist interpretation is one thing, of course. And so it was kind of a moment that rarely happens in my classroom, because on the very first day, we talk about like maintaining a friendly atmosphere in the classroom. We can disagree about being disagreeable, all this stuff. But yesterday got hot. Yesterday went hot in a way we just don't like. So, our feelings about this based on the respective countries' implementation of the theories. I don't think most of my students can distinguish between the theoretical framework and the actual implementation. And so when I'm trying really hard to just say, like, let's look at just the arguments to try to understand, like, the historical moment he's writing in and the ideals he's aiming for, as opposed to, like, what has actually happened in the world. Just because I want to, like, I want to think the thought before we say, and authoritarianism, which it might require. I'm absolutely fine with saying that necessarily Marxist theory leads toward authoritarianism. I don't think that's true, but I'm just trying to understand it. It'd be the same kind of thing as, I don't know, like reading the founding documents of the United States, and before even taking a moment of thinking about, like, what's the beautiful understanding here of self-governance, saying Vietnam, which seems so unfair, so unfair. I think we need to like sit with the theory for a moment and then criticize it. If we don't do that, I think we don't take the thought seriously. And so on Friday, we'll do big critique day, I promise. But yeah, I was just surprised a student with that worked up that early. Now, that said, most of my American students really appreciate these classes because they realize that what they've heard of Marx is just, he's the enemy, he is a devil, he speaks evil thoughts, without taking the ideas seriously. And so the students appreciate that they're able to actually meet the man on his own terms, attempt to just understand it. And I think that's valuable. I think it's valuable to understand the thing you're rejecting. Otherwise, it's just kind of, I think like unthoughtful, frankly. I think it's an unthoughtful move to refuse to engage other people's thoughts, even if you disagree with them. Yeah, that's how I go. Because I think like many of the disagreements are not theoretically motivated. They're just, I heard it's a bad dude. Something like that. Yeah, hopefully that's safety to engage. Yeah, exactly. On Friday, I told them, like, we'll argue about anything you want to. We'll think through it all together, and that's how it goes. Yeah, that's how it goes. Anyway, more on that on Friday, I'm sure. I just want to mention that for the first time in Japan, a student has raised his voice at me, so that's how it goes. All right, hello Exist, hello to you Cajun Killa, how you doing? How's it going, D-Day Slivers? Hello to you, everybody. Rio Hand, a pleasure. Okay, the video games. As far as the question of true communism, we can talk about it on Discord if you want to. Yeah, long story there, but I don't want to deal with it right now. Okay. So I will show you the base. Emu, you asked if I saw the chlorine room you got figured out. So I've been intentionally not looking at people's designs on the Discord because I'd like to figure out problems on my own. It's only if I can't figure things out at all that I'll say like, hey, would someone mind giving me a blueprint for doing X, Y, Z? So I really appreciate that people are sharing their views on Discord and showing like, here's how I solved the problem of polluted water. Here's how I solved the problem of chlorine room, etc., etc. I'm just not looking at them right now because I want to solve problems too, ideally. Okay, here's our base. Like I said yesterday, we finally dug down all the way to Magmaville. Ooh, ah. We also dug out another pad here, and it is a volcano. I've noticed that this volcano's pad is only 3 wide. There's another 3 wide pad right here, actually. And so I'm guessing this is also going to be a minor volcano. But we will dig it out at some point today and see how many more useless geysers we can find. Along with digging to the magma, digging to the magma, we've also dug to the very, very top of the map. Up we went. Up. And friends, I give you space. Ooh, ah. I think this is new, but I'm not certain. I think this abyssite line, which is very, very, very cold, is significantly different from how space used to be. Like, I know that in base, Oxygen Not Included, there were often meteors striking and regolith everywhere. But I don't think there was like a hard line of tremendous cold before you get to the hot and confusing part on top. And so I think for newer players especially, this is a really, really cool modification. I can imagine a lot of experienced players saying, oh, they've made space too easy. Back in my day, we had to suffer and die, and poor old Meep got hit in the head, etc., etc. And so I think it's a nice change to make it more accessible to more players. Because I kind of suspect, and this may not be true, I expect a lot of people who buy this game think about it as just a colony builder. And they lose in the colony, they figure stuff out gradually, they build a nice little base, and then they get to space in the default game, and they say, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. And so I suspect there are a lot of players who have never done the space part on the original form of the game that are now getting access to that. And I think that's cool. I'm not always one for more inclusion, more good when it comes to games, but definitely in the case of Oni, I think a large portion of the game is the spaceships, and I want those to be more accessible if possible. So I'm a big old softie. That's how this goes. All right. Yesterday I accidentally dug out the top of this oxygen vent. We're pretty sure it's not going to be able to launch at all because these tiles are still covered, but for a brief moment I worried, oh no, we're going to have hot gas filling the whole base. We'll see. There's a little oxalate on the other side there we want to grab. That'd be good. Yesterday we also got our second pile of bedrooms made right here. We actually have, I believe, one open bed right now. That'll be the bed for the 17th person in the base sooner or later. The one trouble with where I put this here is there is no spot for a farm right now. Not a farm, a nature preserve. We might add one of those eventually, but the little base is coming along, I'm going to say, quite nicely. Yesterday we also got our third SPOM functional, and so we now have more oxygen than ever before, flowing in both directions. I'd kind of like to add yet another SPOM to more fully fill this line here. As you see, the one going to the top is super ultra totally full, and that's really great to see. Where the one going in this direction is less so. Yeah, that'd be nice. We'll see. You never noticed the Frida Kahlo looking art in that room? Yeah, I just added it yesterday. So you can choose between lots of different kinds of art here. The Dupalisa, the Screech, Fridup Kahlo, Mupolion Bonafart, oh boy, Expressive Genius, or The Smooch. These are all the masterpieces, and so you can choose different ones. And there are many more. Hey Oz, what's a SPOM? Yeah, SPOM is a self-propelled, self-powered oxygen maker. So these little rooms can function with no further input. They make oxygen, they make hydrogen, they power themselves, and just by the construction, the way it's put together, this pipe only ever gets hydrogen, this pipe only ever gets oxygen. Now with that said, I realized I left some junk in there. I should not have left the junk in there. None of it's super precious, so it'll be okay, but that is what is going on there. Also, we no longer need this, so we'll get rid of that. Does anyone can use hotkeys? Yes, Fungible. I just don't have one for space yet, and I don't have one for magma yet, because neither one's actually all that important for me. But yeah, I'm someone who tends to scroll around everything instead of doing the good work of setting hotkeys. Okay, I don't think I removed this one. Did I remove that one? No, it's just the bridge. As far as the auction line being backed up here, I don't think that's happening. We have... Wait, what have I done? Oh, no, we're good. Okay. So we have two southern SPOMs here that are going north, and then the third one here is jumping over and heading down. And so, I believe this one's not backing up. I believe it's able to carry two at a time with no backup. You see it? Maybe it's backing up a little bit. So previously I noticed them flowing a bit more freely. So maybe it'd be better to have just one output pipe per oxygen maker. As of right now, we're not having any breathability concerns. We're at 90% breathability. And if you pull up the oxygen page, oh, look how beautiful. Look how largely beautiful. Mostly beautiful. And it'll continue becoming beautifuler as thing will go on. It's left for a backup when I had all three on the same line. Okay, cool. We'll see if it eventually gets distributed a bit better. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I could make additional splits here and have even more oxygen distribution areas, but we'll see. Okay, like I said, the goals I've set for today are not real goals, right? They're not the best of goals. There's things like maybe we should make a cleaning loop. Maybe we should attempt to control this thing. It's only idle right now. At some point, it's going to declare itself dormant. When that happens, I might try to interact with this. We might try to interact with this guy some more. He's a greedy fellow who would like fancy lights. That part has been done. He's also interested in getting food, which is better food than I can possibly make right now. And he wants nicer decor. And so the decor one will not be an issue at all. I just need to send someone down there to make some masterpieces and some potted plants and so on, possibly. But yeah, that'll get done at some point. And I see him pop out occasionally. He's having a good time, but not quite a good enough time to actually interact with us at all yet. We might mess with natural gas. I don't know. Or we're going to do a good job of getting to the surface and maybe trying to build the beginning of a spaceship. As so far, we have this telescope we can use. Now, back in the battle days, the telescope would repeatedly get destroyed by things smashing down onto it. And there was a way of building like doors and such to stop this. I never quite figured out entirely. What's this though? Star map location sensor. Send green signals at the chosen star map locations and red signals everywhere else. Rocket interior only. Okay, maybe this is pieces and parts of the rocket turn on and off based on where you are in space. Initially, I was thinking of it as, let's turn off a whole colony when no one's there. I think it's turning off parts of the rocket. Hello, Cyborg, how you doing? Hello, Klaus. It's time for Klaus's daily contribution. What we got today, Klaus? I have an odd and nerdy friend who received his PhD in the history of palindromes. The history of palindromes, you say? He's now known as Dr. Awkward. Dr. Awkward. That's a palindrome. That's delightful. Thank you, Klaus, for the Dr. Awkward joke. Palindromes are fun. They're the kind of thing I actually never notice exist, and then suddenly people point them out. I appreciate it, Klaus. Thank you, and hope you have a good day. If we're going to do more rocketry, we need to research, more rocketry. And I believe down here, there's still a tremendous amount of research not been done. Artificial friends we can do. The space program, we can get a rocket platform to build our first rockets. I know we have a sugar engine, and I believe we also have a... what's it called? Sugar engine and a carbon dioxide engine. We have plenty of both of those. So we'll see if we can get something going fairly soon. Over here is data analysis. Allows data analysis research points to be accumulated, unlocking higher tech tiers. Orbital data collection bank can be consumed at a virtual planetarium to unlock new technologies. Planetarium conducts data analysis research to unlock new technologies. So this is the thing I need to build to produce orange research. Yellow research here is called material science research. And that is done with the material study terminal, which consumes rad bolts. Okay, so radiation stuff gives you yellow, and those little data bank floppy disks give you orange. Huh. Cool. We'll get to that eventually, I'm sure. Hey, Marks. Does Oni have win conditions? Yes, it has 3 of them. There's 3 explicit ones. One is survive for quite a while, which we've done. Build a monument, make happy dupes. Another one is go very far into space. And a third one is something involving archaeology. That third one was added in the DLC, I believe. The first 2 have always been in the base game, or always, as long as I've played it. But I've never done either of them, to be honest. I may have done the Great Escape once. I'm not sure, though. Now that we have these 3 bathrooms up and running on both sides of the base, and we have good schedules created throughout the day. Oh, except. Okay, so the most recent schedule I made is just the basic schedule. I assigned people to it, and it did not change it at all. So I would like to change it so these fine folks are asleep in the early morning. Is that correct? Yes. Currently, no one is sleeping right here. So they'll go to bed as the sun goes down. We'll give them bath time before. We'll give them some downtime before also. And another bath time as well. And then all you gotta do is work, 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 work. Cool. So now that everyone's on different schedules here, we need to call something else. Work, 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 work. Perfect. With everyone on different schedules, they shouldn't... let's delete this. Good. They shouldn't have bathroom backups. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. And so we're going to go ahead and get rid of these two outhouses. And what's Ren doing? Ren, why are you dancing around like that? Are you feeling good or feeling bad? I'm not quite sure what your little march there means. We're going to fully and completely plumbed bathrooms now. Cool. Okay. I want to check the temperature on the base because I'm talking about doing a cooling loop. Nothing is nearly as hot as I worried it would be. I think the earlier brine run through here has made it so it's okay. Now, we talked yesterday about trying to use brine just for cooling. If we're going to do that, we need to get other water to here instead. And the other water, of course, is the clean water from here. There's more than enough of it. More than enough of it, for sure. So, we could take water from here and feed this, and then take the brine and run it for cooling instead. Now, my one worry with using brine for cooling is what will we do with the increasingly warmed brine that comes out? Because if we have a cooling loop, we're going to want to cool down the water inside after it's picked up its heat. As of right now, all I know I can do is just run it back through here and hope the remaining brine is sufficiently cold that we're good to go. We could radiate it through here and hope for the best. Yeah, if we dump it in the cooling pool here, I don't exactly mind that, but I do kind of worry it'll overheat this area and then the cooling become less and less efficient. But maybe that'll work. Is there polluted water in the lower water pipe? There was some here before. That's why I have the sieve to help with that. If you mean lower than that, unfortunately I'm not quite sure which lower water pipe you mean. But everything looks okay to me, I think. Gotta trust the bridges, man. Gotta trust the bridges. I think it's all okay. It looks like it's either blue or yellow, but not both. Can you run out of water? Yes, you can. At this point, we're doing pretty well, but we'll see. Ink, what you did is use a water tank in a very, very cold biome and then out into the loop. Yeah, so I think my worry with that is it will eventually destroy the very cold biome. And maybe I shouldn't feel so bad about that. Maybe we shouldn't get all green PC environmentalist. There's a very cold biome over here. It's not quite as cold as the others, actually. Yeah, its temperature is -11, whereas over here is -24. Maybe the surface biome, because if I remember correctly, from the one time I've ever launched a rocket, the rocket blasted out incredible heat underneath it. And I don't know if the abyssalite is cold enough to take the heat blast over and over and over again without like transferring the heat along. So maybe this biome here, which is good and cold, will be a nice place for us to circulate water. Let's do that. Let's do that and see what goes, because eventually it will get overly heated on its own. Also, if we're heading out here, we definitely need to get proper dupe auction suits, not just the little auction mats, I'm guessing. So that will be one of today's goals, is to actually produce those. We'll see. Can you build on top of it? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll go out there at some point with our first spacewalk, discover what's out there, and build up there eventually with a little telescope first, and then eventually with some kind of, rocketry blasting off somewhere new. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to dig over here, and we'll throw some buckets over this way. And we'll have to keep an eye on how the water's doing. Maybe we should actually dig a little water pool here in case this stuff drips down. Yeah, and now I'll consistently modify this area to make it more and more, more and more ready to absorb more of the heat off of the pipes. So I want to put mesh tiles here, 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 and then put a reservoir there. Do I have access to a temperature checking pipe sensor yet? I think I do. Let's see. Yeah, liquid pipe thermosensor. So what I would like to do is to recirculate water that is too hot still. Now, I'm not quite sure what temperature I think of as too hot, because I don't want to overcool the base. That'd be genuinely terrible. I also want to make sure it doesn't freeze, of course. And yeah, as of right now, it's negative 63 degrees in here. I'm so sorry, Bonnie. Very, very thin oxygen. Not a good time. She'll be fine, though. So initially, briny water running through here may in fact freeze. I could bring a heater up here, I guess. What kind of thing is that? I think it's called a portable heater, maybe? Space heater. We could temporarily use this to heat this area just a little bit. But I'm going to leave it as is until I have everything instructed, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, and then we want to dig down this way. And just make a nice little bucket in which our gases will drop. Maybe don't send the water so far into the cold place. The cold place. I love that name for it. I think the reason I want to put it this far in the cold place is to like keep the heating segregated. But maybe that's not necessary. Yeah, maybe that's not terribly necessary. Because as you're rightly saying, like this area is plenty cold anyway, and there's a bislight between the cold place and the warmer places. The mining's already done, so I think we gotta go with it. What kind of rock did I use here? Igneous? Let's use Mafic instead, it's right there. Okay. And we can use insulated pipes, surely, to avoid things exploding. No doubt, no doubt. Mafic rock lives here instead. Cool. Okay, so the water here... Whoops, the water... Oh, the brine I want to use actually here. It's at -7, -8 right now. And so the first place we have it marked to run is to here, insulated throughout. The reason I did that is I didn't want to over cool this. There's not really many places to pick up heat on the way up. I guess we could use radiant pipes to pick up heat, but I guess it really depends on how hot the water is after it goes through the tube. Previously, when it got to here, it was 23, 24. But that's just cooling loop down this way. Okay, what I would like to do... Yeah, what I'd like to do is go ahead and get the new water to over here, and then start preserving brine. So for the moment, I want to turn the pump off. Or, better yet, who needs to have a dupe do the job when I can do the job myself? Let's just cut this pipe for right now. Did we cut that pipe? Hey, we didn't. Hey, we didn't. All right. So we'll cut this pipe for right now, which will stop it pumping at all. We'll keep an eye on it and see what happens, though. Hey, Dark, how's it going? Can I run the brine behind the power generators? Absolutely. Yep, we have it set up that way, and we'll see how that heat goes. But you're totally right. It'd be a great, great idea. Research complete. More space stuff done already. I feel like we hit the do research not terribly long ago, and then we have gotten so many things, or so little done since we pushed this, but that's good. The research getting done is, in fact, delightful. Rocketry. Where's rocketry? Exosuits. Okay, I need these to ensure that our characters do not have troubles outside. So hit that, and they'll do textile production first, and that'll be good. Okay, so how to get nice, clean, pretty water over this way. So as of right now, the nearest pretty water is right here, and we just need to get it from here to there. We want to be absolutely sure that this line always fills first with the good water. Because if these run out of water, everything's very bad very quickly. So I want to replace this here with a bridge instead. Now, if I snip, 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 like so, and then replace with a bridge, I think we'll be fine. Okay. And then just behind that, we'll run a normal pipe up this way, through the wall like a good kid. Okay. So we're going to change this slightly so bridging is easier. And then once that's built, we'll cut the other one. Okay, this is not connected, so clean water will not flow into dirty water. No problems. Snipping tool is overpowered. It's amazing. It solves all the problems I've ever had. Okay. Let's go ahead and have a hop line down here just to get all this made. This slime is not real slime. I'm sorry, I shouldn't tell slime what it is and what it isn't, but not real, not real. Ah, someone's in the box. Hello, people in the box. It's Meep! Alright, so one of the goals for today is to recruit a Meep. We don't have one yet. This Meep is terrible. I'm very glad I didn't say recruit all possible Meeps, because this one, though adorable with his unibrow, is just not what we need right now. So terribly sorry, boss. We get ourselves a Muckroot instead. Delicious, delicious. Part of the reason I feel good about bringing in another character right now is we have space for additional beds, and this bed is not being used. Furthermore, we can add 2 more into this barracks with no real troubles. So hopefully we can do that. And hopefully we can also make Lindsay's bedroom a little nicer. That requires plastic though, right? To get her a proper bed for her bedroom. This is a disappointing place here right now. Ugly, ugly world. And can this plant grow in hydrogen? Most certainly it cannot. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we'll begin working on this also. So I know that the cooling line currently goes to here, where brine is then being turned into desalinated water for the main bucket. We don't need that anymore. So I'm going to destroy all of this. I believe bridges are buildings, so what we've removed here is not the bridge. And it's possible we might build some of this right back, but I'm okay with that. But no, instead of going up to here, we should probably think about where we want the cooling loop to actually go. And so I will remove all of this also. And from there, we'll figure it out. Did this pipe get made over here? It's close. It's real close. Make sure it's getting done next. Yep, Lindsay's on the way. Good old Constructor Lindsay, our best constructor there is, with her fancy, fancy hats. Oh, Constructor Lindsay. Constructor Lindsay, come back and do the other one. What's going on? Got distracted. Fine. Okay, on the far side. Don't like seeing it dance. Please stop dancing. I guess we could have multiple checks. Whatever temperature we want the water to be, if it doesn't need to go all the way to the bucket, I guess that's fine, right? If it just has to go like a little bit in, we could check the temperature and then send it back down again. So for that, I'm going to have another line open at least. And we'll be exposing a bunch of water and such, but that's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and just dig straight up here. And I'll put a tile here. Yeah, turn around before it freezes. Exactly right. Exactly right. The bucket's useful to equalize temperature, though. That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, look what am I sending? Brine, and we'll see how it goes. I have some ideas. How to make sure it does not freeze, but if it freezes, that's fine. We'll fix it. That is the nice thing about Oni. There are very few mistakes you can make that cannot be come back from, as long as you see they're occurring. Right? If you don't see they're occurring, then you got some real problems. But alright, more rocketry research. Getting done. Cool. Seen enough Rocket Man suits. Why do I want the water up here? It's going to be my heating, my cooling circuit, and so it's to cool down the, it's to cool down the heating line. And I don't know how long we'll have to go in here before it turns back around, but that is the thought. I don't want to break this biome yet, because I would prefer to keep. I mean, I guess what we could do is just like box in this brine thing and have it dumped down quickly, because it will still be cold coming out of the geyser, even if the biome around it's incredibly hot, right? So maybe I can like ignore the rest of the biome and just save this thing. But initially I was thinking just to ensure that the liquid coming out is plenty cool. What's being done is being done, though. We'll see how it works out. Okay, I know I would like to have sensors on temperature. Can those go on top of the ladders? They can't, unfortunately. This does change things slightly. I may need to have another open line then. So we'll dig out one of you also. And probably should also have... probably should also have a tube here and a slidey line and all the rest. But for now, they'll have to run up and down, and it's okay. Okay, did this pipe get done? Where is it? There it is. So now we can cut. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get this clean water over to here. We do not need this anymore at all. And then we'll bridge over top. Time for the ever delightful double bridge. The other thing to do, of course, would be to raise this pipe one line and then not have to bridge, but this is fine. If it works, it works. Oh wait, we don't need a bridge here. Haha! Even more efficient than I realized. Let's get rid of that one pipe there. Or better yet, we don't need the pipe. We just need the cut tool, right? Yeah, so if we cut tool here, we can cut that way. Haha! And now the pipe is ours. Running this way. Cool. Alright, on this side of things, it doesn't really matter where it goes in. We could pop out, bridge over, and then go into the ground. But we're currently making with... I was going to say granite. I thought we were making with granite for these pipes. We want to use granite so it's lovely as it's exposed throughout this area. And then we'll bridge across here with hopefully a granite bridge also. Nice, nice, nice. Going that way, yes. Okay. Once again, liquid here. And that's the brine not being warm enough by gets the time here to desalinate. Removing the desalinators will help quite a bit with that. The desalinators are plugged into this circuit here, which is only running them, I believe. I believe incorrectly. It's running some deodorizers also, but deodorizers and them, and that really is that. So fairly soon we'll depower and deconstruct all that. We can also get rid of the sieve, and that will allow the spam to be more fully spam again. If I just plug this in here, the water won't backflow because of the bridge here, I believe. So we can just plug you right in. I think. Are you true slime? You're not true slime. Destroy, destroy. Back up here again. Alright, so what I'm thinking is I want to have multiple temperature checks. And so okay. So water runs in. It's hot by some definition of hot. Temperature here is only negative 57. Temperature here is, yeah, a little bit below freezing, but not nearly as bad. So for right now, probably initial temperature check should happen right down here. And then we'll continue along later. So I'm going to remove this section also. There's still Abyssite, no problems. Hello, Spoonwood. Are we using Rock Crusher Metal Refiner to make the refined metals for the ladder beds? Right now, Rock Crusher, I don't have refined metals up and going. Smelter, too hot. Smelter, too much metal, etc. Maybe today we'll deal with the smelter. Unfortunately, what I have to run through the smelter is just brine. And it's not unlimited brine. And I've been told if you use brine to cool a smelter, then it's very, very hard to get the brine back down to temperature. Now, maybe that's not true. Now that we have access to a very, very cold biome, maybe we could cool the brine here also and run a loop. We'll need to have a separate loop, though, because the temperatures I would want to send the brine back at are significantly different. Yeah, maybe we'll go for metal refining properly later today. You use lead in the smelter, like liquid lead. I've never had liquid lead. I don't know anything about making the solids into liquid other than, you know, ice. So, yeah, perhaps at some point today we'll figure that one out. Probably not, though. Okay, so at this point it's just above 0. Presumably, it's... Where'd my metal go? Down to Smelterville. Hello. More ore, more ore. I can't make the temperature sensor, but I'll talk about what I was thinking of doing. So, if the sensor says this water is of appropriate temperature, we then want to green to a shutoff. I think I want to put it that way. In, out. Really difficult working in a tiny little environment like this, but yeah. And so the temperature sensor needs to be just before that, I believe. Now, this is trusting that the liquid that's on the sensor and the liquid that is on the pipe here, on the shutoff, are the same temperature. There's no guarantee on that. So at the very end of the system, I'm going to have another check that will send the water back into the main line if it has not been sufficiently cooled. Seems good. We have to automate line between the two of these. This is the part I love so very much, my friends. I love, like, we have a clear problem to solve, and we're identifying solutions for it, and that feels really, really good. I just need more metal, though. More metal needed. It probably makes sense to get the big old smelter thing up and going before I consume even more metal, but we're at a point right now where we have plenty of metal. There's tons of copper still everywhere. There's tons of iron. Though we are low on algae, we're not low at all on metals, so that's cool. You keep iterating on solutions so you flood the base. Exactly right. You make it solved and solved and solved, and then suddenly, you can't actually fix the problem. Okay, so if the temperature here is sufficiently cooled to go back into the loop, I'd like to use insulated pipe after that to keep it at roughly that temperature. Oh, there's going to be some bridging, isn't there? There is going to be some bridging ahead. And then this will be the return pipe. And in this little area, which I have some open space for now, we'll do another temperature check to ensure it is still that temperature. Because there will be occasional not quite right temperatures that get through here because of the one-step difference. Yeah, this seems good. Seems good. Hello, everyone. They're showing up to do work as soon as I asked for it, which suggests they don't have enough jobs anymore, which is such a nice difference from how I normally play this game. Normally, there's not any work getting done. Today's much better, though. Okay. So, the check line needs to put the water back into the main line. To do that and ensure we don't have outflow. Okay, liquid shutoff has an outflow. And so if it outflows here, no problems. It'll not back up or not run back. We have to ensure though that it doesn't get filled here. Oh man, I'm not quite sure how to think about that yet. We'll get to that once we're a little farther along. For now, we're just waiting on the continuation of the automation game made. Okay, so we will have a pipe that goes straight up the middle and goes in on this. Okay, this is just slow heating. No. Grandstead. Yeah. This is just the water is coming in after having gone its cooling loop. This looks weird. Like there's no particular reason to make that break there. I'm gonna need to have more space for working anyway. So actually get rid of this turn here entirely. And what we see below is just oxygen, so we just keep on going south. Or down, whatever you prefer. Sorry, Sweetles. Sorry, Sweetles. Okay, and I'm going to put that down to Lindsay's room here. We might want to have it insulated as it comes through part of the base, if it's picked up too much heat, but we'll see. Why not make one there? Is someone going to operate? Is it getting done or not really? That's key. Unreachable, says everyone. It is unreachable. Oh, this is interesting. Huh. Okay, so I think what's happening right now... Oh, okay. So for some reason, this is not pumping. It's disabled. So this is supposed to pump. If it's below 1,000, no. Above 1,000. There we go. So for a very long time, I've been noticing that there was a tremendous lack of a tremendous lack of oxygen in the middle of my base. I said, that's weird. And I figured it was something to do with this pump, but I thought it was set correctly. And so it's only occasionally taking some oxygen out. No, it's been attempting to take all of the oxygen out. Now that it's set correctly, this will get refilled, no problems. And we have our Atmos suits now researched. Cool. It's always nice discovering something in the base that's like been fundamentally wrong for a very, very long time. All right, well, Atmos suit's done. These all require plastic, so not yet. Metal blocks, Renaissance art. We love it. Who needs oxygen? Apparently the people who are using the oxygen mask need oxygen, because there's none available for anybody else. More better carbon dioxide engines. Gas rocket port loader. Loads gases to the storage of a linked rocket. Gas rocket port unloader. Alright, so if you're interested in hauling gases from place to place. Gas cargo canister stores the gases found in space missions. Wow. I don't know what space missions are yet. Can't wait to find out. And then over here we have various kinds of oxidizing and various kinds of fittings. Oh no, are these the O-rings? I don't want O-rings. That's too much responsibility. Okay. So now this is working correctly again. The oxygen is flowing down, not as fast as we necessarily want, but we'll give it a little bit of time to see how it works out. We talked yesterday about perhaps getting rid of the pump here and just adding the oxygen suits to the main lines. Though as none of them are completely full right now, I do worry a little bit about, are we producing enough oxygen to do everything? But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now that this water has been connected, are we out of brine? No, I cut this. That's right. So now that's good to go there. We can get rid of the desalinator area entirely. Wait. Cooling loop. I totally forgot that the cooling loop I was using over here is brine funded. And this room is made out of gold, but these two are not. Because I said, I'll have a brine running cooling loop the entire time. Oh dear. All right, how warm is it right now? Only 61. So we have a bit of temperature left until the copper all overheats. We'll have to deal with that. However, that does not require desalination. That only requires having brine moving. Hello, Rehand. Missed it the other day. What ended up happening to the space fish? What ended up happening to the space fish? I'm sorry, I don't remember what you're talking about. I know we've played a lot of space games recently, but what space fish? Help me remember the jokes. Help me remember what we do on stream, because I have no idea, I'm sorry to say. Get power wires cut along here. And the power from this is coming across this ways. Oh, the Pacus are floating around. I assume they all died of old age, and we ate like kings for a period. Because I don't remember giving an order to kill them all. Though I may have. Yeah, I think there was bouncing, and now they're no more. Surely get some more Pacus eventually, but for the moment, no. Okay, we don't need any of this. You remember Purge? Sounds like someone's a snitch. I honestly don't, which is not to say it didn't happen. It may have happened. I think at one point we were very, very low on food, and I kind of panicked all at once, so... Seems likely. Seems likely. Okay. So, what remains is primarily the cooling loop line. I can remove this section. It's not part of the cooling loop, quote unquote. I think we have enough brine right now that I can just take the heat from here and dump it back in the bucket until we have an actual cooling loop area made up there. Hey, Akal, do we have oxygen yet? Heck of a lot of oxygen. Yep, everyone's fine, finally. More polluted water getting in there. We need to ensure there's not polluted water in this thing when it goes through our cooling loop, because it has a much higher freezing temperature than the brine does. We don't want to stay with brine. So we'll need to have some kind of filter, at least, if not something better than that. We need to have more pipes, more pipes, more pipes. Okay, I'm guessing we have more refined metal right now to set up more of this. So we want to put an automation wire between these two. And it's currently saying send green signal if above or below. So it will stay closed until there's the correct temperature here. The question then is, what is the correct temperature? Cold. Cold, but not too cold. The cooling line itself starts here. We can run this on up, and it'll be the output point instead. 20 to start. Yeah, I think what you're noting, and you're absolutely right on this, is if we're not careful, we're going to overcool the base. Now, we do have insulated pipe here to make sure that does not happen. But this will be the return to downstairs. Now, with that made, we've taken up the area I intend to use for another one of the temperature checking areas. So instead, dig through here again, and then connect these together. So this is our final check on the way out. Liquid goes in the white side. Okay, so this is going to be the one that says, if you're of appropriate temperature, just flow right on through. If you're not, you get added back to the main line. Okay. The appropriate temperature just goes here. Inappropriate temperature, this should be insulated. I prefer not to have the heat screwing things up again. Okay, then we bridge across. And I think it's the case that the bridge dumps first. They might feed 50-50, which is okay also. And then the water pipe will be hopefully not too terribly warm, but we'll see. We have another liquid sensor temperature right here. The pipe goes first. Oh, does it really? Pipes go before bridges. Okay, because it's a cooling loop, we'll have... They really go first? That actually really bums me out. Okay. A little bit of changing then, no problem. Bridges atop of bridges atop of bridges. Cool. And then we'll bridge here as well. There as well? No, we don't need that. What do we need? Okay, so I want this to be a pipe in. And I want to bridge to here, I think. Okay, so still fairly hot liquid comes out of this. It goes across, it goes before the bridge goes. And so it will dump, and then the bridge will dump in also. Looks plausible. Looks plausible, we'll figure it out. Alright, so up here, hey, Hermit recruitment progress. Success! The Hermit is very excited about being on the grid. The bright lights illuminate an unfamiliar file on the ground nearby. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, let's go look at that file for sure. So, bright lights in the big city. Oh, I didn't push the view file button. I hope I can still read it. Oh no! Did I cancel my one opportunity to learn about the Hermit? There must be a place I can pull it up. Here we go. My log? Research notes? Oh boy. Journals? Email? It's one of these. It's in the log list somewhere? Okay. So maybe this one? Search database vacillator. No, this is earlier. Anybody know what the title is for the first message? Let's type Hermit in and see if we can find anything. Mysterious Hermit. Discover a reclusive character. Oh, here we go. An unfamiliar building has been discovered by the colony. There's movement inside, but whoever the inhabitant is seem wary. If we convince them we mean no harm, we could very well end up with a new recruit and a useful building too. Alright, and then here is, oh boy, here's a new thing. This is added in the DLC, so it's time for some reading. Encryption level, Trey, voice recognition initialized, subject identified B577, B997, B083, and A216. I wonder if these subjects can be cross-referenced with earlier, records to figure out which character they are. However, A216 says, the director said there was supposed to be 3 of you on this task force. Where's the geneticist? In the bathroom. He went home. Long pause. It's the holidays. He has a family. We all do. That's exactly why this product is so urgent. I'm not Mary Who's Who. Alright, B997 says, it's not our fault this stuff sat in a subterranean ocean for a year and took another year to get back to Earth. The microbe samples didn't fare well on the journey, and most of the mechanical components are completely corroded. There's not much to... We're analyzing it all and salvaging it can Dr. Saruhashi? Oh, is Jean's name Jean Saruhashi? Fascinating. Good. And take down those ridiculous lights. This is a lab, not a retro shopping mall. Alright, so apparently this is the place where these characters worked. It's a lab of some sort. And I wonder if the fellow who went home early is the one, the geneticist might be this character. We'll see. A little bit more. Thanks for getting all that debris packed up for disposal. I thought you did that. No, Who took my sandwich? Not this again. Ren, did you load the shipping container? Seriously, I haven't eaten in 13 hours. This isn't funny. It's a little funny. Can we focus, please? Nobody took your sandwich, Rock Doc. Then why does my food keep going missing? Maybe the lab ghost took it, or maybe you shouldn't leave it out overnight. Gunderson probably thought it was garbage. He doesn't even clean down here. Right, because if he did, I wouldn't have to keep sweeping up the magnesium sulfate deposits that someone keeps tracking all over the floor between shifts. It's not me. Listen, I know we're all tired and things have been a little strange, but the sooner we get this sent up to the launch pad, the sooner it starts its trip to the sun, and we can all get out of this creepy sub-basement. Fine. Alright, so we learned a little bit more about the workplace environment at Gravitas. Definitely they needed an HR department for sure. And this suggestion here about someone else eating the sandwich makes me imagine that perhaps it's not one of the other characters who are recorded here, but instead is someone who's been living behind the scenes at Gravitas for a long time. Nonetheless, we'll learn more as we continue making the area look nice, and then also by feeding him some tasty food. That said, Rock Doc here is hungry. Rock Doc wants food, and so I wonder if Rock Doc is the one inside. Maybe it's a geologist. So many possibilities. We'll see. Alright, what were we working on before that? Well, one thing is, this is doing nothing, and I'm always looking for more space to put storage bins, so one can go right there, no problem. And they'll move the power wire that goes there. It's absolutely nothing. And then back to this fun over here. Because this area is negative 25 right now, I'm guessing it's the case that we'll just need this bit of the loop initially. But in case we need more, we'll want to continue up this way. And then have another temperature check at some point fairly soon. If the temperature check succeeds, we'll go here, I guess. We'll run it out and down once more. Possibly a backup here, but I don't think that's going to happen. Wait, why did I decide to put this one turned that way? There must have been some reason I did this, but I think this works fine too. Yeah, I mean, I thought it had to be an L. It can just go straight through so long as it opens and closes. I think. We need another one of these thermo checks just before. Automate it in. Okay, so it goes in. If temperature's good, it turns this way, and then it's insulated to ensure that it doesn't pick up even more cold. We can also use radiant pipes to make this need to be less long. But I think we're okay. And then if somehow it's still cold at this point, we'll continue on again. I don't think we're going to need anything more past here, but just in case, we'll run it along and see if it starts filling. And this is where the reservoir is helpful. I can just run into the reservoir and it'll get really, really, really cold. But I don't think that'll be necessary. Okay, so for now, we're going to send the check at 20 positive. If it's below 20, it'll head out again. It's green signal to here. One second. Is that wrong? The two pipes are connecting. Oh! I know I did wrong. This is not where it should connect. Sorry. It should connect to the output. The output here. There we go. So, if it needs to be cooled more, it goes this way. Yep. Okay. And now I know why I turned it to the side. It looks nicer to me. Okay, everything makes sense again. All is right in the world. No concerns. Thank you, Zoe, for letting me make my mistakes. Is not such as an all stop or go. Want to go 50-50? If it's like that, yes. If it had been output here, it would all go through or none go through. With this, I think... oh, it's not it's all stop or all go. Wait. 1 second. Yes, but it's only opening when the temperature is below a certain temperature. When the liquid's below a certain temperature. So it'll keep flowing through until it hits the correct temperature, at which point it will all go this way, but the all is hopefully appropriately cooled. That's my story for now, at least. Okay, this is set up correctly. I believe. Hey, Classy Jones, thanks for the follow. First follower of the day. Always appreciated very, very, very much. Okay, so this goes through here. I want to move you up as well. Hello, Volo. How you doing? Hello. Okay, and then this goes out that way. liquid such and so here. There's no priority set on the valve with bridges. There's no priority set on the valve with bridges. Oh. Okay, I think what you're saying, and maybe I'm wrong on this, I think what you're saying is if it opens, then it'll 50-50 here. So I thought how these work is because this is a bridge and bridges are greedy, all possible liquid would go this way until the temperature got too hot and closed off again. Is that incorrect? Is it incorrect that if this opens, it's 50-50s here? You're not sure if they're greedy. Okay. I might be wrong. Yeah, I absolutely might be wrong. But I thought that bridges are greedy. Quote Mumblepug 2017 or so. And like bridges are greedy has been like my mantra to understand what's happening in this game. And if that ends up being false, oh boy, we got some problems. Valves are greedy over pipes. Pipes are greedy over bridges. Ooh, I don't know what the word over means in this context, freak. Valves are greedy over pipes. Pipes are greedy over bridges. So when I hear the word over, I'm thinking in terms of precedence. And I don't fully understand how that works. We'll just see what happens here. If it all explodes, we'll figure out how these little switches work. It'll be a lot of fun. Alright. Automate those together. More than. Valves are greedy more than pipes. Pipes are greedy more than bridges. Wait, pipes are greedy over bridges? Pipes are greedier than bridges? No, that can't be right. Can that be right? Because if that were right, well, I destroyed it. Okay, if that were right, this wouldn't work, would it? When I say it, I'm not quite sure what I'm talking about anymore. I know I have some place where I'm relying on bridges to take all the water first. I'm just not sure I can find one right now. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm going to do it this way. We'll see what comes of it, and that's okay. I need more mantras and slogans, surely. Okay, I believe that is all fine. We'll continue along here, just in case, and we'll add that out later, sooner or later. Things getting brought here. They're getting brought eventually. I think is the only construction job in the whole base right now, so we'll leave it there. Alright. All this work for a fine cooling loop. Oh, speaking of cooling loops, right? Speaking of cooling loops. Bridge outputs have priority. No, Dark. No. Wait. I was told just a moment ago that pipes have priority over bridge outputs. Oh no. Oh no. I've gotten to the point where I don't remember what's true and chat is against itself. Alright, so with the way this thing is set up right here, I'm talking about this pipe going this direction. A moment ago I was told that pipe outputs have priority over bridge outputs. And so this pipe on that will empty first, and then the bridge will empty also. Now maybe it needs to be into here to ensure that the pipe will dump first. We'll figure it out. There'll be some backup somewhere. Something will work, and that's okay. It's an opportunity for science. It's true. We're doing some science. It's going to be a bunch of fun. Oh boy, friends. Oh boy. So notice is actually slightly offset from the main line, and that's okay, because no one's gonna need to climb here consistently after we have the pipeline working. Hopefully. Okay, what do we get? No Meeps. Oh, it's a Meep. It's a Meep. A Meep who is good at operating and suit wearing. Very good at digging initially, but carries terribly. Sounds like food time. Wait, that barbecue is just normal barbecue, correct? Right, because the game can only produce items that are already on the map, I believe, out of the printing pod. I was hoping it was better food to feed to the hermit down there, but no luck quite yet. Okay, that's all getting done now. Cool. And speaking of cool, the cooling loop. So it's 63 in here now. I don't recall what it was last time we looked. I believe the pipes would have cooled down entirely by now. Yeah, the pipes are fully cooled down, so they're not helping at all anymore. So temporarily, I would like to connect this again. It will then pump brine down through here, which will just sit for a moment. We'll then actually use just normal pipes, which will heat up this area a little bit, but it'll help the brine coming out to be not quite as cool as I was worried about. And then we'll just dump the brine back in and see what happens on the temperature. As I said, a little bit later, we'll run this into the main cooling line also, just not for the moment. And maybe a separate cooling line for it. Though I think 20 degrees would be a fine temperature for either one. As long as it keeps this room below 75, we're fine. More research done. Gas distribution. Can they reach the output building location? That's a very good question. No, certainly not. certainly not. Well, that's more ladders to make it all accessible. I mean, I guess we could just like destroy the tile here, and then they can stand on the ladder and build through the wall, I believe. Let's see if it's actually true. Destroyed just the wall there. I think they can reach that. Unreachable build. Never mind. They can only build 2 away, apparently, not 3 away. Alright, if I remove one more, though, get rid of one more of these, they can then hop over and do it, and that'll be perfect. Okay, I didn't actually make an automation line between these two. Okay, so once again, go green when below 20 degrees Celsius. One up there's not been built yet. Punching area. Punching getting done. Keep it up, my friend. Punching forever. Yeah, so most likely, after we get the cooling loop done, we'll then work on refining more efficiently. And see if we can melt the entire base all at once. Kind of like this Oxalite. It's, I think, the last Oxalite we know about on the map right now. We'll leave it for the future. As we dug up and over some more, we found a little bit more space, but not too terribly much. I'll go ahead and put an airlock up here, just for the eventuality in which I forget about needing an airlock up here. Oh, we need power here also, don't we? Yeah, the shutoffs require 10 watts. So where's my nearest power? It's right here. The potential load on this thing is 985 watts. Does that include anything I'm not using anymore? Okay, so the pump's going to pump more or less consistently for a while here to load the cooling loop. Then after that, maybe not. The deodorizer are working. This is not working at all, though it is desired or available if we need it. So I think I'm okay borrowing just a teeny tiny bit more power. Just an eensy weensy bit. And I'll run it right up the middle. Get you plugged in. You plugged in. And you plugged in. And eventually we'll run a separate line up here to run the door and outside in space, but not quite yet. Okay. Now I've made so many construction jobs. I'm going to go and prioritize the ones that are happening right here, just to get these automation wires done, so I can stop worrying about getting these automated. Cool. Oh, the polluted water bucket's actually getting fairly close to empty. So at some point before too long, we'll just be running polluted water from the bathrooms and the carbon skimmers, which means this bit of territory will be ours for the use. And that will be totally cool. And I have no idea what we'll do with it. At least get rid of all the polluted oxygen. Hey, Cal, how's it going, my friend? Let's check out the germ overlay. I've not looked in a while. Let's do that and see what we find. Last time we looked, it was about 1,000 in multiple tiles. Now, 653, 656, 587. It's going down very, very, very nicely. Because we modified our little loop here. So it's introducing plenty of water now. 2 full sieves worth. And then we're at 70,000 germs right now. About halfway through the cycle. And so I think it will entirely get cleaned out. I want to watch this just to make sure it does. We're going to top speed for a moment. Look at her go. Down 10,000. You know, every time I look at this and say, oh, look, we're down to only 2,000 germs with so much more time to go. Could I add in a tiny bit more water? Eventually, we're going to push it too far. But can we go 1% more? Now, eventually, I'll have the germ sensor and run it back around again. But it's totally clean now. That much more. Do I dare push it 1% more? Okay, actually, factually, this turns off at 28. This turns on at 30. If we just go back to 20, possibly to 28 itself, that buys us 2% more time. Oh gosh, my hands are not quite precise anymore. Come on. Come on. Left. Okay, cool. 28. Why this is not typable, I'm not quite sure. So many other things in the game are typable. We then moves up by 2% to 33%. Okay, so now this will close at the exact same time that this will open. That then lets a little bit more water in. But there, we can then use that off period for additional cleansing, I think. So, anytime I make a modification, I get absolutely concerned that we're going to end up with tons of germs here. We'll see soon enough what happens. Okay. Let's get this water all cleaned up through here. We'll deal with the shame buckets of gas at some point fairly soon. Alright, so you're made now. You're set up correctly. You're not correct. Okay, this is open if below 20 also. And this is the top one, so it should not actually get up this far yet. Oh, below, not above. Sorry. Okay, they're all open now. Okay, so what we want to do now is turn the cooling loop here back on and start running. Wait, what did I do? I made a mistake, I believe. I think I just ran the input and the output of the cooling loop together. I did. Halo Beard. This game is good as RimWorld. Does it have mods? I mean, yeah. Well, when people ask which do I prefer the two, it's very hard for me to answer. I think it's a very different game than RimWorld, but it scratches a similar itch for me that RimWorld does. It does have mods. I don't know too much about how they work. I don't think the mods add in, like, suddenly there are monsters attacking the base, or, I don't know, suddenly you're allowed to, like, have your dupes share a bed. But maybe you can. Yeah, there are mods for it. It's a ton of fun. And I don't quite know how to explain it past that right now. So the cooling loop currently attaches there, runs down this way. So this is when the brine will be the coldest. Oh, wait. I know why I connected the cooling loops. Because this is the output. And actually, factually, what I want to do is attach that. And then remove here. Wait, sorry for asking. Wait, why are you sorry for asking? Did I seem upset by the question? No, I love the question. I'm sorry if I offended you by the answer. I'm not quite sure what I said. I'm terribly sorry if you're feeling really apologetic. Yeah. No, it's a great question. Thank you for asking it. This will just be the initial loading of the cooling loop. And then this is where the water goes back in, heading on down. It will pick up as much heat as I don't want to pick up as much heat as possible before we go through the base, right? If it's at 20 degrees, that's a good temperature for the base. And so let's save the going down to the pit for the end of its magical adventure ride. So maybe it's better then to use this as the inputs, pipe up. Okay. Yeah, I think I want to do that. So this is going to be really, really hot coming back up. Bridges fix everything? Of course they do. More bridges, more good. So this is now the input line. And because the input line will cut here. This is definitely the part where bridges will fix everything, of course. Cool. This pipe is coming out correctly cooled down. and then it is leaving the base on a cooling down adventure. As of right now, the farms are getting a little bit warmer, to 25 degrees. I don't fully know where that heat's coming from, because the oxygen coming through is 16 degrees. And the pipe here that's empty right now, but is 14 degrees. So it might be the water and the dirt and the ceiling lights that are heating this thing up gradually. Because the dirt is in this box here, and it's 25 degrees. So yeah, I think the warm dirt is actually making this room warmer. So we do want to start a cooling adventure up this way. Cool. We're gonna hop over this. And then how do you all like doing cooling loops? Do you like to have like a little bit of radiant pipe in each of the rooms? Do you like to just run a normal pipe straight through and hope for the best? Because I think when I've done radiant pipes before, one challenge I've had is the air that's irradiated gets much, much cooler than the rest. So I think I'm going to try a normal pipe throughout and just see how it goes. I'll run it right like that throughout. You just do normal sandstone pipes? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately no sandstone at this point. I go destroy stuff to get sandstone back. But what's the next best rock for that? I mean, I think granite has very similar properties to sandstone. Has higher overheat temperature. You use a temp sensor to only send cold water in the room that needs cooling. Fair enough, that's awesome. That's a really cool way of thinking of automating. So you have a much more complex loop then that can take water into a room and then send it back to the cooling area. That's cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I tend to have just a big circuit throughout the entire base and hope that it doesn't get too hot on its magical adventure. But no, it's a cool idea. It's a really cool idea. There's a supply and a drain line instead of having the big loop all the way through. Okay, I mean, I definitely get the appeal there. I definitely get the appeal there for sure. Do I need 2 bridges to get to the farm? Green concrete. Green concrete. You apparently think that this intersection here can go to the right. I don't know what you're talking about. Good eye and thank you. Good eye and thank you for sure. Oh goodness. Oh goodness, my friends. Yep. We can go and remove that. All removed. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'm almost always someone who, like I've said before, if I see a solution, I say, oh, that will work, without realizing we can just shift around. Alright, so from this point on, we're just going to do a normal boring pipe straight through. I make Knot Theorist scream. I actually don't know what a Knot Theorist is. What does a Knot Theorist do? I'm happy to admit that I make anyone in the sciences or mathematics feel very unhappy when I play this game, but I don't know what a Knot Theorist is, honestly. So thermally reactive makes heat transfer more quickly. Yeah? I think that's how this works. And that would then mean that this room would get as much of the cooling as necessary before we continue along. Automation in a loop in each room, like Francis said. Yeah, I mean, it's not how I normally do it. So I think the reason I'm a little bit hesitant about automating each and every room, though I admit it is a very good idea, is I then would need to like get refined metal made in a better way, and I don't exactly want to do that until I have the cooling line done. So here, let me lie to you briefly. We're going to finish the cooling loop, and then we're going to go get the refined metal figured out to have the automation we need for each of these rooms. And then I will go back, and I will replace all of my cooling loop with well-automated individual cooling. Do you believe me? I will never actually do this, but I know a good player would. That's what I'm aware of. It's never a lie, never a timetable for any of this. That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. I'm clearly making promissory notes. I'm hoping. I'm hoping with you. Okay, so these areas are quote-unquote cooled. This pipe will go away. This pipe is the return. So we'll need a bridge over here. Yes, actually. The next place I would like to cool We're just going to go through the entire base and see what happens. I'll probably use granite once we get to the living areas. And we're actually skipping cooling Lindsay's room. I'm sure she'll be fine. We'll make a special loop in the future for her. Starting here, we're going to go over to granite. We have plenty of that. Yep. This room... Hello, game. This room will not be a barracks long term. I actually don't know what it's going to be. It's kind of a weird size for a room, but we'll try to use it anyway. I'm not going to cool into here. Wait, why are you dancing? Okay, something is wrong on this line. I need to figure out what it is in a moment. Glad I noticed that. The other thing I was going to say, though, is once upon a time, we weren't worried about this room becoming overly warm and the water in it becoming overly warm because we had desalinated cold brine going into the main water reservoir, and it should offset. We are no longer doing that, so the main water bucket may be getting quite warm. That said, what did I do wrong here? It's actually fine. It's actually totally fine. Huh. For a moment it looked like it was not going forward. I wonder what... Okay, it's not going forward now. Any idea what's happening? Is there too much water in the pipe for the dump to remove? The pump's losing power, maybe. It seems fine. Just a weird bug. Okay. Just don't look too closely, it's probably fine. Why granite pipes? Because as we go through the rooms, the granite pipes are more attractive, right? They have a bonus to decor. And I'd like very, very much to make all these areas look nice for our little buddies. The ones that are hidden in the wall, no big deal. But the ones that are in the rest of the base, possibly measure. It's a bonus of 20%. Are you saying that's not very much, or that's quite a bit? Neural pipes have a decor of 0. Oh. So you're saying it's 20% on 0. Oh. I see what the issue is. So I think... I don't know a good answer for this, other than I think when I saw the plus 20%, I didn't assume it was from 0. I think I made a mistake of thinking like there's a 0 to 100. Yeah, like a 0 to 100 scale here. And so 20% more would be like 20 of 100. But I understand now it's 20% increase on absolutely nothing. Okay. Okay. Well, sorry, Granite. You go back on the shelf for now. I guess I want sedimentary reactive. Or sedimentary reactive over other stuff. But is there more sandstone available? What does sandstone look like on the material overlay? Sandstone. Okay, so it's this color. If there's a cooling pipe, I should put it in walls where possible. Why? Yeah, what's the route? Walls as opposed to out in the air? So I was thinking if it's in the middle of the room, like this, it'll radiate across more of the room more quickly. If I put it down the floor, I figure that this part won't be as cooled as quickly. Yeah, these words should in a game like this always really throws me off, because I never quite understand if it's like, make sure it looks nice, or is just best play, or what exactly. So I prefer justification on the should if possible. Looking for sandstone. And I don't know if there'll be like any huge amounts of it left, just a little bit. The walls have better thermal conductivity and capacity than air. Okay. Cool. But is my concern about if it just run through here, it won't cool this section, like, legitimate, or is that irrelevant? Hey, Nema, how's it going? 5 tall floors, don't see it often. It's entirely for these 2 tiles here. The entire size of the base is just so that I don't have the crown molding stopping at the edge of the printing pod. I give you the thoughts here. If I run it through the wall, it'll cool the wall and then cool the surrounding areas. But will it take a longer period of time to cool up here than if it just runs through the middle? Or is this like a negligible difference? Like, I don't mean to say, like, I refuse to go for negligible differences, but my sense is I'm cool with this. Sidewalls are more important. Air travels side to side more than it travels up to down. Okay. 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 I'm just going to make some pipes and hope for the best. If it doesn't work out, that's okay. Alright, this time, my friends, though, I will... Is that granite still? It's still granite. What I was doing when I got distracted was changes off of granite. Okay. So, right, we're going through rock. We're looking for sandstone. That's what I was doing. Alright. So we can take apart all the tiles that are made of sandstone and get that back. Little bits over here of sand. Not quite right. Yeah, I think in this case, there's just not that much sandstone left at all. We'll grab what there is and try to use it for some of these pipes. A little bit there also. Awesome. And over here a little bit. Alright, we'll see how it goes. Alright, I'm gonna, I guess, wait till that sandstone's dug out so I can build it again. And so we'll prioritize that a little bit higher so it gets done straight away. Was there sandstone left the map? So there is. Yeah, there's sandstone over here. It's just not an area I've really done much with. But sure, we can go spelunking to go save the sandstone. Sandstone pipes for heat transfer. I don't know. Sandstone's pipes because they're inoffensive. Like, I know that we could do like thermally reactive ones that would, I think, do as much cooling as possible in the first place they go. But I want to preserve anti-heat, preserve cold, for later in the base as well. And so we'll see. I can also use granite. This is where the whole thing started. The whole conversation unfortunately started with, I would like to use granite for these things, and people rightly noting that 20% increase in decor on granite does not work with the zero decor of pipes. Oh, friends. I appreciate you all quite a bit. Oh, so many good ideas. Alright, I'm going to continue along my bad ideas, and that is A-okay. We got some more to get there. Good. And hey, it's more oxalite. Sure. We'll introduce the oxalite to the world. Sounds good. Hello, Kanga. How you doing? Smart Doofus is good seeing ya. Hope you're all having absolutely lovely days on this, a beautiful Thursday morning. Yeah, Thursday, not a teaching day, so we can stream as long as we want today. Going pretty darn well. I hear my wife's still upstairs. I bet she'll stop by before she heads out.
Hello.
I hear my wife in the room. I thought she's upstairs. She's actually walking downstairs.
Hello.
Hello, Noms. Do you want to say anything in particular?
Hello.
Hello.
I must go.
You're wearing your suit now.
It's not a suit. I'm just wearing a blazer.
Just a blazer. Well, I'm wearing a suit.
Okay.
Okay.
You're wearing a full corduroy suit.
A full corduroy suit from
That's
top
nice.
to bottom.
That's
all
nice.
corduroy all the time.
Yeah, it's going to take me 42 minutes to to where I need
42
to
minutes,
go.
and your meeting is at
11:30.
11:30. All right, in that case, you do got to
I
skedaddle.
gotta go.
Enjoy the
I'm
trains.
late to everything.
You're late to everything. See, this is one big difference. I am always early.
I mean, if it really comes down to it, I'm sure I could jump off the train and take a taxi.
I'll work it. Anyway.
It's 18 minutes by taxi. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I was gonna say this meeting can't start without you because usually you're in charge of all the meetings.
No, this one can't.
But this
start.
one,
I am just a little.
you're a
bystander.
lowly peon. It's a board meeting, and the board has no need for anybody but themselves. All right,
Well, I'm getting fed, so.
I'm envious. I'm not getting fed. Where's my food?
Yeah, you don't even have coffee.
I have no coffee.
That's so
I have no
terrible.
sandwich bread. What will I do? Yeah. So terrible. All right, have a good day, Noms. We'll see you a little bit later tonight.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. All right. Hi, everybody. See you, Noms.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we were digging and digging. Let's not do that one then. Wait, if I dig all this out, they're going to have fault their dooms. We'll see how it goes. No sandwich bread indeed. Yeah, I need to go to the grocery store after stream. Yeah, yesterday, I said I was going to have a sandwich, and then I got upstairs, and there was no sandwich bread at all. Bum, bum, bum. And that really depressed me quite a bit. And so I had to go to the local konbini and get an onigiri instead. And so I had a little delightful rice meal. It was full of seaweed in the middle. Tasty, tasty, tasty. But today I will go to the grocery store because we're also out of rice. As I've mentioned before, how can we possibly be a Japanese household with no rice at all? So I'll get more of that today. Hey, it's barbecue. We like barbecue. No meeps, no problem. Out of rice, it's true. Yeah, we have a gigantic container that I believe holds, I don't remember now, like an absolutely gigantic bag of rice that when Noms carries it home, she puts it on her shoulder and carries it. I just hug it instead usually. But yeah, we definitely used it up the other night for dinner, and since then we've been saying, we should definitely get some more rice real soon. Alright, have we gotten some sandstone now? We have not. The mission continues. Operation Saving Private Sandstone indeed. Oh, such happiness at finding more silver. Not silver, sulfur, whatever you want to call it. And then glorious sucrose down here. Because all of our Sweetles turned into grubs, I do worry a little bit about running a sucrose-powered engine. But we will definitely see if we can use this sucrose instead. And now that I say like a sucrose engine, like the engine on my car requires liquid fuel. I really wonder if we'll need to have liquid sucrose. In which case, when do you melt? Okay, only 185 degrees. Of the possible temperatures we've seen recently, like this one is definitely achievable. Maybe. Maybe. This room only gets to 110. Do I want an actual entry need to melt it? In this case, sure. Sure. Does sucrose need to be melted, or it's just loaded in the machine as a solid? We could actually maybe even look it up here. But yeah, feel free to answer on that thing today, because it's not a huge deal. Burn sucrose. It doesn't say liquid sucrose, so presumably it is just the solid. Solid works fine. Awesome, thank you. Sounds good. IRL sugar rockets use solid sugar. Wait, sugar rockets are a real thing? When are they made? Like, are they an actual thing that someone like NASA would use? Or is it instead something that's... Abe, dig yourself out. Is it something that like high schoolers do? It's a hobbyist thing. Okay, cool. The ceiling clap is just here, yeah? Abe's fine. He's fine. No worries. I like the idea of NASA occasionally using sugar for the rocket still. And they occasionally have to go over to Elon Musk's company and say, "Howdy, neighbor, can I borrow some sugar?" Yeah, so we're digging out areas where more and more sand falls. I don't know if that's legal to do here. Like, I know there's a big drone hobbyist movement here. And there are a bunch of model makers. I don't know if there's anything to do with rocketry, though. Huh, cool to know. It's a hobby like electrolyzed water rocket out of 2-liter bottles. Huh. I mean, I remember that that Mentos challenge things a while back. Like, you take, is it soda pop? I think maybe diet soda pop, and drop a Mentos in, and it goes like a giant spurt. And I wonder if that giant spurt could be used to power a rocket if you could pressurize it correctly and like have it come out of a very, very small little aperture. And this is how we know I'm not an engineer, because I got weird thoughts but no sense of whether it's possible. It's not really the same? Okay. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I know electrolyzing is this thing over here, right? It's hydrogen and oxygen. Is this kind of thing also used to propel rocketry for hobbyists? Or is electrolysis a bigger deal than just oxygen and hydrogen? Yeah, no clue, no clue. Alright. Right, we were dealing with the cooling loop. And I think we now have some sandstone dug out. Is that possible? Hey, we have 1,432. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. We'll see what we can do here. It's already made out of granite. I'm going to leave that part as granite and just try to be a little more responsible going forward. And then, as promised, we're going to go through the floor this time. Ooh, ah. And now, this liquid in the floor is 27 degrees. Right, as I said, earlier I was cooling down... CO2, 1 second. Okay, there is some CO2 at this level. It's bouncing across. We'll need to deal with that at some point soon. I can deal with it as always by digging out more bleach stone. And that's actually unreachable now. Okay. That'll make it reachable for sure. Although, yeah, I removed a ladder tile here so they can't get in the room and add any more. We'll add it back so they can get down there and dig us out to lower the carbon dioxide line for the moment. Okay. Okay. So, right. I was thinking this room might be overly warm because we're no longer putting cold water in here. Now, as you see, it's 25, 26, so temperature has increased a little bit since when we were dropping brine in. This is doing nothing. Okay. We'll need to attend to that and make sure this gets cooled down in some way eventually, because it is going to take more and more of the heat from the chlorine room and deliver it here. Long-term problem. The polluted water is almost totally gone. Absolutely loving that. We no longer need this sensor, nor the automation wire behind. We can get rid of all that, and then use that for other automation elsewhere. Yeah, getting closer and closer to being done. And like I said, when that's all done, we will, take the bathroom outputs, as well as the carbon skimmer outputs, and just run them straight to the chlorine room. Things they are improving rather. Okay, I was thinking of the question of heat here, because... Oh, I locked the door to the chlorine room also? I did. Thank you for noticing that. Really appreciate it. There's something else I was thinking of. Well, I know I was thinking about the line of cooling. Hey, Rensa, thanks for the follow. How you doing today? Thank you for being a friend, sincerely. So after cooling this room... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, no boy, we're fine. Just go out to the main line here, run on down, and then bridge on and through. Yeah, so definitely when I began my base, I hid a lot of pipes in the ground just as a way to avoid having them exposed. And now I kind of sort of recognize that that some of these could be removed. Yeah, long term, we're not going to need this pipeline in the middle. because this will be available because we'll no longer be pumping from here. So in the long term, I'm hoping it's the case I'll be able to, hoping the case I can organize some of this a little bit better. Okay, we want to take this and continue running it through. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Slight issues here. Okay, if I remove a pipe here, we can bridge to the middle. But you can't bridge from a bridge. I have a solution. This is fine. Okay, if we... Okay, if we cut this, we can then bridge across here. This will need to... This is not quite set up terribly well. Because if I bridge across here, then I would need to have an output or input on this that would interfere with the bridge. Interesting. Maybe let's not go through that way. We could instead bridge down this way and then jump here. Okay, we gotta change something here, or else it's gonna be real bad. I reached the point of solving this problem where it's just big laugh time. Okay, this water coming back. Is there a way to make it go more smoothly? Yeah, we can run it to here instead. And then bridge to there. That will remove this portion of the problem. Does it actually fix anything? I have no idea, but let's try our best and see. That's the wrong direction, isn't it? Input output, we're good. I'm at the point of if only there were a double hop bridge, it's true. Okay, so with that removed, we can then cut just this little bit here. That help anything, actually. This change actually fixes absolutely nothing as far as this. It does look a little more organized, though, and that's nice. Spin, my beauty, spin! This is where we use the cutting tool to cut that. It then runs empty. And then we can destroy. Good stuff. Go up and over the mess table. Like this way. But I'm coming down here and then back this way. And so I prefer not to go back up again if possible. What's this clean water? And why can't it be this clean water? Oh, that'd be like a closed loop. No fun. Go under the 3 pipes, not over. So bounce down this way. And then same problem here. Then bounce through here. Bounce through here, get to there. That'll work. Alright, problem quote-unquote solved. I'll remove just a liquid pipe from there. Good. Okay, do some bridging. Green is out. Cool. And then we want to... all until it stops running. Should be close to done. Yep, almost done. Oh, when that's done, we'll then fix that line. But between now and then, we pipe... Whoops. Between now and then, we pipe... Here is fine. We're then going to bridge across here. And eventually across here as well. Awesome. Using the wrong pipe again. And this goes straight on, add 3 bridges on verticals. Can go straight on, add 3 bridges on verticals. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by vertical. Oh, you're saying all of these can be made into bridges and go straight through. Ah! Turns out I'm using an equal number of bridges, right? 3 bridges here or 3 bridges here. Sounds exactly the same to me. Yes, 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 yes. All the same. All right, my friends, I give you cooling the bedroom. So we're going to cut that. And then bridge over it. That's a wire bridge. Good. And this one goes down. Yes. And then we bridge like so. Surely this is my greatest accomplishment. And we connect like so. And I give you glory. I give you functional, lovely, wonderful glory. My Everest, that's right, I've climbed the mountain, and now nothing can stand in my way again. Good, 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 good. All right, next up. So, I want to cool the shower room, of course, but I recognize that it is a bit of a mess in there. So how about we go up and around like so? Some of that will not be reachable, but we'll fix that when we get to it. And I kind of expect by now that this pipe will just be like normal base temperature or so. So that's nice. But it also means that the cooling work will be largely done. So maybe we should have 2 separate cooling loops. One that leads us in the direction of just this top part of the base. Because we haven't yet cooled down this area. I think we're going to say, once this connects back to the center part, good enough. Though the drop line... Oh, we don't actually have a drop line yet to get cooling down to here. And like I said, this is the line back on the cooling loop. So we want to get it to here and then flip the bridges so it runs the correct direction. Okay. Why'd I go out so far? That's weird. And one more mighty bridge. Bob Ross for making these choices. You all would applaud him. When it's your buddy Resorty, you say, oh, spaghetti. Nope, just happy little accidents through and through. All right, one last bridge? No, 2 more bridges and then we're done. All right, glorious. I believe this is the greatest pipe excursion of all time. That'll need a bit of cleaning, but at least we got where we wanted to go. All right, and then we want to flip the bridges. So destroy you. On we go. Okay, I think the bridges, or maybe just the one, actually. Yeah, just the one, actually. Cool. And that should do it. And then the water here, well, a little bit on the ground. Let's get rid of that real quick. That's the M key for mopping. the water coming out of here should be relatively warm. And so it goes up, insulated, and to our grand cooling area. I feel good about this. I feel surprisingly good about this. The way to ensure that this water does not overheat, of course, is just to take all of the ice in this box. 20 tons of ice at negative 48 degrees. If I just throw that into the water, it'll probably cool it down a decent amount. Perhaps even a little bit too cold. Yeah, that is the solution if it gets too hot, is temp shift plates galore. You know what? Let's make a few right now while we're thinking about it. It's utilities, I believe. Yep. All right. Ice-based temp shift plates. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And then I also have some briny ice. And I'll put that into the brine bucket and throw it out and see what happens. Temp shift plates delete the cooling potential of ice. Wait, I don't fully understand what that means. So previously I've used ice temp shift plates to cool down liquid, I think. You only have 1/5 the cooling potential until it melts. Okay, so it doesn't completely delete the cooling potential of ice, just it makes it less efficient. I see, I see. So I think in this case, because I'm not panicking over temperature, I'm totally okay with it just lowering it a little bit. And the mighty bucket can enjoy its continued sitting there. I'll be more cautious with my ice once I really need to change temperatures in a big way. I'm destroying 4/5 of the cooling. I guess so. I guess so. It's a hidden mechanic applying to all buildings. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't exactly understand how temperature exchange works in this game. Like, I know about heat capacity and heat change or whatever, but I don't know terribly much about the rest of it, unfortunately. Oh, also, now that we have these storage bins that are no longer covered in water, we're just off-gassing polluted dirt a decent amount. And we do have all these lovely little deodorizers, but I'm seeing a bunch of polluted dirt in the base still. Now, I'm guessing that means is that our compost pile might be totally full of stuff. It has 277 kilograms of polluted dirt. How much can it actually hold? It doesn't say a maximum amount, but what's the priority on composting? It's job 7. So, no available errands. I know they turn over occasionally. I'm thinking maybe we should add another one, just to make it slightly easier to keep it going. Yeah, polluted dirt. Polluted dirt is the word for any... How do they describe it in the game? I want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, no description needed. It's just polluted dirt. Yeah, it's like the outcome of bathroom behavior. It's the outcome of certain kind of cleansing jobs, I think. Polluted dirt. So this polluted dirt is in the locations where the outhouses used to be. So polluted dirt. For the moment, I'm going to go ahead and destroy... Am I? Yeah. I'm going to destroy these reservoirs, which will dump a tremendous amount of water down on the ground. And by destroying that, there'll be no way to have this connected. So this is the output. We can just connect these directly. How much liquid is this? 5,000 kilograms. So we'll fill up part of the bottom line there. Maybe we should just destroy both of them. But I almost yelled behold, because I really thought it was just going to dump a tremendous torrent, tidal waves of pea water. But no, behold, it's the Culligan Man bucket. So that'll get unbottled here very, very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. Kind of bummed about that, to be honest. We'll also go ahead and remove this one. The same thing happens. When you break the pipe, if you break pipes, it does leak on the floor. And we can get rid of the bridge also. And just attach right like that. I think that will do it. We'll come back and check in a little bit. Behold. Behold. We have a little carbon dioxide line hanging out in here because of temp shift plates. Or not temp shift, sorry, airflow tiles. We can add another one to help it get out. Last time we did that, we had a liquid lock develop here. And that was very annoying. Now, if we put in more and more ice, it'll raise the water line enough to hopefully push the carbon dioxide out. But yeah, I think this will be a consistent problem. If we have dupes running through, they will drop carbon dioxide. We could put a pump down here just to ensure the carbon dioxide is kept out, but it's not that big of an issue. Just occasionally dupes will go down here and have a bit of trouble. The reason Meemaw is hanging out here now is making the temp shift plates, and they're kind of slow to build, so that'll get done eventually. Let's follow our cooling pipe here. I'll attach now. Okay, this was a bridge to give this thing directionality, I believe. Now there's a bridge here, so it definitely won't backflow that way. In the other direction, in the other direction there are confusions. So I'm going to give this thing directionality by throwing a bridge here just to ensure there are no problems. So the next step is going to be pumping brine into the machine. All that sandstone. Do we got all the sandstone already? Surely not, surely not, surely not. But with this sand falling, no one can get over there anymore. Sand will fall here also. We'll mark it and hopefully get it first. Some sandstone there too. Good. Like I said earlier, I sure would like to move. I sure would like to add this brine loop to the cooling line also. But I wonder what temperature the water's coming back. Oh, it's coming back at -2 actually. Now, long term, infinite pumping, the brine that's going to these rooms to cool them down will get down to 75, or get up to 75 degrees. But they're going in at -5 and coming out at still negative something. But cooling is happening, no worries. Yeah, eventually we'll add this to the cooling loop also, just not yet. Okay, so once we get here, we're gonna want to pump in, and then on this end, that's the input. That's the input. So if we just connect right here, it'll fill in this direction as well as this direction. And while it's fine, I'll probably get confused because you want to make sure there's some space left in the loop so that it flows correctly. So what I'm going to do for the moment is actually cut this side and then connect this. And we'll watch the water begin to come. Wait. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. This is the return line. So I actually thought that exactly backwards. Did I? I'm so confused. Is it a classic size map or a spaced out map? It's a spaced out map, yeah. I've gotten a rocket ship to launch once on a normal size map, but I'm a very new player in some respects. We figure stuff out each time, then I forget it all. Okay, so let's snip this again and figure out what I did wrong. So I'll want this to plug into here. to... Yeah. And then these will reattach. I don't want that there. Even though this section comes afterwards. My one worry right now is as we initially load the pipe, it's going to be relatively old. And so it might cool in the base quite a bit, but it's just one time through. I think we're fine. So I'm going to cut here instead. Generally, Classic is easier on new players. I mean, I think we're doing okay. Like, we're up to cycle 300 almost, and we're doing all right. And we got space open. So I think the reason I'm really enjoying Spaced Out is the knowledge that when we're working in space, we'll not be hit in the head over and over again. Because space is still so intimidating for me on the base game. But yeah, I guess the things we don't have on this kind of map are oil. And so we haven't really done anything with oil yet, or plastic, but the base seems to be doing okay, and I'm having a fun time, so we'll see. As long as DLC, there aren't meters on the starting map, it is classic sized. I had no idea. Yeah, I thought it was if you have the DLC installed, then you get meteors only on this one. That's cool to know. Hey, people guy, you should ask before you forget, is this another all Oni week? That's a heck of a question. I don't have a clear answer in mind. I don't have a clear answer to that one because I am really enjoying Oni again. And so that tends to mean we probably won't play any Football Manager. We probably won't play, that's wrong. We probably won't play any RimWorld this week, but I don't want to say any promises on that one. Rubik's, thanks for the follow. Yeah, the issue that I said previously is that I know full well that if I'm playing, we'll say RimWorld right now or Football Manager, I'd be thinking about how do I play Oni. And to be completely honest, I'm really burned out right now on RimWorld. Like, we just started a new playthrough, but I'm like, oh man, Friday's coming. Do I have to? Also, let's bump the green screen. Is that causing a problem here? Are we okay? Green screen is looking. Oh gosh, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit burned out on RimWorld right now, which does happen after playing it a bunch. So we'll see. Okay, so with that removed, we just want to make a normal line now that will 50-50 here. If someone watching me play a game I'm enjoying, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. I think with every RimWorld stream, I'm very excited for the first, I don't know, hour or so. And there's a point when I then take a deep breath and say, all right, I got another 4 hours to go on RimWorld. And that feeling of I know we need to avoid. Okay, so what we're watching for right now is the brine is filling up his pipe, and that's awesome and good and all the rest. And it will continue filling. We just need to make sure there's some open space still. And I don't know how much open space we need. There's probably like some ideal answer on that, but just unclear currently. I should probably prioritize getting this done. Yeah, I'm always amazed by the gamers who can just play one game for years and years and years. I understand that streaming is a job, and you gotta do things you don't like doing, and they get a little tiresome sometimes, but I'm a person who can't really fake enthusiasm after a certain point. So, don't tell the RimWorld fans. Secrets, tell no one. Okay, glad to see it continue to roll. So as of right now, the temperature in the pipe is -3. So we're definitely having a good time lowering the temperature of the base. Yeah, so if we continue running temperature like this through, it will definitely freeze up the base and everything will die. You're part of the Mine Out Everything group? Yeah. We talked about this early. Like, I'm someone who very often will mine out absolutely everything and have all of my floors be the exact level, etc. This time I'm trying to do a little bit of the more organic base style. And it's working okay. Like, I'm definitely enjoying that, but we'll see. Recap, you're playing RimWorld right now with me on the side. Appreciate that. Yeah, I know a lot of people who like RimWorld also like this game. As I said before, I think that they, for me at least, scratch very, very similar itches. Yeah, my only question is, will we run out of brine before we pack the pipe? Are you still active here? Yes, 53 more cycles until no more brine being added. That's great. The bolus has stopped. That usually suggests I've gotten a pipe in the wrong direction. Bolus is good. Bolus is... they can't reach that pipe there. Okay. The problem of the 5 tall room. We'll follow along and see if any others are missing or just that one. Alright, at least it's good until you get back to here, to the dump line. Awesome. Hello, Meemaw. Well done to you. Oh, almost well done. Come back. I missed you. Come back. The spice must flow once more. Yes. Is a plumbing system that could rival any major city? Yeah, I read a news article maybe 6 months ago about the plumbing system of Tokyo, and apparently no one knows how it works. Like, definitely there are major delivery pipes that have been replaced in the past hundreds and thousands of years, but there are large portions of the city where the pipes are running just fine, thank you. And they were built so long ago that they're built so darn long ago that nobody is exactly sure how it's there. And so occasionally they have to dig up areas that no one has looked into in a very long time. They go very, very slowly because they're just not sure where they'll find pipes. And so I remember seeing a picture at one point of like an area that was dug out and there were pipes going in every direction at different levels. The brine's being split now. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? So in this space, there's actually a bridge made as well as some pipes made, and it's hiding. It's hiding underneath that spot. So if I just click remove liquid pipe here, I don't know what it will do. And it's behind a door also. Good. All right, bridge stays, pipe gets removed. Okay. That will get done very quickly. It's only a little bit of brine. Tiny bit of brine's a treat. We'll filter the water to get that out. Oh, the snipping tool. Yeah, we can use the snipping tool to do this instead. Though, how do I mark the correct snipping part here? I think I actually did it. Cool. Now we can leave it there if we want to, but no, we should remove it to be a responsible human person. Cool. Okay, I think the problem that brine will cause here is if the brine goes, into the toilets or the sinks, it won't work anymore. It went both ways? Wait, what went both ways? It went both ways. Oh, what have I done? Okay, so the vertical pipe... This is very, very hard to see what's happening here. So, clearly what I need to do is connect this to this. And then the brine will go through. It'd be so cool if I could hide a... Yeah, if I could hide the inputs and outputs to see a little more clearly what's happening, or like color code them or something. I think that will fix the problem then. Okay, the brine's not flowing right now because that pipe's been cut. It is continuing along this way. Now, unfortunately, the how much brine is in the pipe is going to be a little bit more challenging because we do have this like bit of separation we didn't have before. That's been fixed now, and so the brine is now flowing at top speed once more. Goody good. We could snip, right? We could snip somewhere just to let the brine all catch up. I'm gonna do that right here. So snipping just after the bridge means that it will back up to the bridge and none past that. That'll be easier for me to see what's happening. The temperature here is at 12 degrees. 12 degrees. So it's still not too darn warm. That's great. That does worry me though that it'll be too cold to the middle of the base still. We'll see. Got a little brine on the ground here. We can remove that. Okay. And then the brine's at the bottom here. So I guess brine that's water with something in it is down below. Now, had I caught it earlier... Oh, we can still mop it? I don't know at what point you can't mop it. Glorious! This feels like haxing every single time. Here we go. Somebody get that brine. And so all brine has been cleared there. Somebody get it. Somebody get it. Otto's on the way. Come along, dear Otto. You can do it. While we're waiting on that, let's check this. We have 6.423627 fungal spores. Let's make it 7.42, etc. You want to see someone mop it? Well, Buddy Otto's here to do the job for you. We're going for a swim, and then... Take that, physics! My sponge works fine. Alright, cool. So there should be no brine left in the bucket then. Yep, all good, all good, all good. All good, all good, all good. I can move that now. Poor Otto. Okay, so the brine is entirely backed up to here now. And we run through and make sure it is in fact totally packed. Okay, not quite, not quite, not quite. So wait a little while longer till this finishes. Getting closer and closer. Well played. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I did anything impressive, but thank you. We just got very lucky that the brine that came in is too fast. Are there any germs in the drinking water? So they're probably a very small number. Last time we looked at about 700 in some spots. Now there are 246, 500. Yeah, the numbers are going down relatively quickly. We're introducing no more germs. This is a matter of me just fixing the dechlorination room. Oh, we talked about before. Did we drop this carbon dioxide line enough that there's no more problems here? Chlorine, 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 chlorine. So we did. We did. It's still ugly, but we just fixed that sooner or later. Sooner or later, for sure. Hey, Goat Prince, you wonder, does brine remove germs in water? That's a great question. I actually don't know. Let's look at... I think, unfortunately, the food poisoning page doesn't show what liquids kill it, right? Okay, it's inhibited by any liquid, apparently. Though multiplies, sorry, in polluted water. So I guess any liquid but polluted water kills it. But I'm guessing that it probably gets killed at the same level here as it does... and in any other liquid. It's a very slow process. Yeah, that's right. Good seeing you, Goat Prince. Okay. So is the pipe now backed up entirely? A little more brine to get there. Mop you. Also, if you're just now coming in or have only been here since a little later in the stream, Have you seen my new tie? I got this one in the mail yesterday. It's the tie of the month. And it's my first ever purple tie. And I'm very happy about that. That's running nicely again. So I guess I'm going to snip when it gets to... Wait, why is there water here? Something must be strange. This line should be brine only, but there's 4 ahead. Sorry, there's 6 ahead. Well, we can plumb that out, no worries. I'm just not quite sure where it came from, though. Not quite sure where it came from. All right. Now, what I was going to say is we'll stop this at... hello? Hello? Okay, it's not just that little bit of water. It's quite a bit, actually. Okay, I'm going to snip here also, just to stop anything getting in. So all of that is... all this is plain old boring water. Okay. Okay. Something is not working quite right, and I'm not quite sure what it is. So this is supposed to open when the liquid's above 20 degrees or below 20 degrees. Now, water can never hit below 20. So it's 13 degrees. 13 degrees is below 20. You're automated correctly. Maybe I have the pipes off incorrectly. Okay, 1 second. Ready. So... right. What this one is checking for is to ensure that it's below 20. And if it's not below 20, it's supposed to go on a magical ride through again. So this one is actually not at below 20, it's at above 20. That's what the issue is. The other ones are all checking below 20 get out. Awesome. Alright, so that bit has been fixed, no worries. So just running through one more time, it'll all leave, no problems. Now, we gotta get the old water pumped out, and it's getting done. The question is, how on earth did water get into there? So it must have come up this line. That's the only way in right now. So we're just going to have to follow this line all the way until we find a place where water came. Wait, no, that's fine. That's fine. Is that fine? Oh gosh, okay. So the pipe that we're looking at is the bottom pipe here. Yeah, it just runs through. No problems at all. And then here the same thing. It may be the bridging I cut earlier. Okay, there's one water there. So I guess what amazes me is there was so much water ahead of all the brine. Oh! Right. Because when I connected these things earlier, some water would have been flowing for a very, very long time. And then I had the brine come along, and I completely missed that part. Okay. I'm glad we caught that before we did anything much. Now, the one water that's stuck here we can very easily get. It's just the one. So I'm kind of surprised that only one water got through. once we noticed things were going on. So this is a plum. What button is plum again? Insert. I wish it's insert. We'll get that knocked out immediately while paying attention. And this is stopped here, because that's probably when I cut the line up north. It just stopped all at once. Cool. Is someone coming? Hey, it's a... Oh! Wow, job 10. Job 1 for Otto. So Otto's lower priority than that. It might be worth kicking someone else up into higher priority tidying. Or maybe my other people who aren't tidying need to actually learn to plumb. So Ren and Mima and Marie are possibilities on those. To the skills page. Alright, Ren first. Ren has 4 use morale and sitting on 30. You want to learn how to be a plumber? I think you might. Very good, very good. And then beloved Mima and Marie. Mima, here's some plumbing. Sitting on 10, plenty more. And lastly, Marie, sitting on 3. Good, good, good. Yeah, I feel like it might be about time to go through everyone again. Yeah, like, Bubbles here has spent 1 point so far. I think Bubbles is our most recently acquired character, so this is perfectly fine to knock some of those out. Gotta get better construction eventually. And then anyone else who's under 5 points, we definitely want to check and see what more they can do to help us out. You skill the hearts that cost morale. Yeah, no, I definitely know that. But like for right now, I don't want this person to be a farmer. And so I'm getting the things I'd prefer to have on them. But yeah, I know that gives 1 point of morale. For right now, that we have so much spare morale, I'm not too worried about it. But thanks for the good thought. Okay, anybody else below 5? No, everyone's better now. We did check Marie also, correct? Yep. All right, lots of plumbers now. Happy to see that. Okay. Is someone coming down here now? Yep, Mima's on the way. Cool. Just need to fully pump out 1 time, and then that will be that. There she is. There's chlorine here, and it's settled between the oxygen and the carbon dioxide. Don't quite know what to do with it. It's not a huge deal there. So there should be no water left then. Yep, good stuff. That's the only water remaining then should be up this way, and it should be more or less fully pumped out now. Give me a pipe. Give me a pipe. Yeah, totally through. Awesome. Then pump out this as well. And then we can get back to filling the line again. Cool. Cycle 294 is upon us. I think we're gonna get to 300 today. Man, I remember back when I first started playing this game, I first started playing, the idea of getting to cycle 100 seemed absolutely and totally impossible. I remember like standing here, or I guess sitting here back then, saying, oh man, it's cycle 50. I'm so glad we made it cycle 50. This is amazing. And now it's going a lot better. So, very happy about that improvement. That's a whole long work shift to get us all cleared out. It's probably faster to do this just by having the pipe go into the main water bucket here. But this will be okay. Doesn't take too long. So what does the farming machine actually use? Fertilizer goes in. We're not making fertilizer yet. Probably at some point we're going to. But we need to keep that in mind as something to do. And I think the fertilizer machine lets off carbon dioxide, maybe? I think that's right. Not carbon dioxide, sorry, natural gas. We haven't done anything with natural gas yet, so we'll see how it goes. Ooh, more. All the normal water have been removed. We can reattach again. And the brine should be pumping again downstairs. Natural gas is fun because it's orange. Yeah, when I'm feeling down, I look down here and say, I feel better. As long as I don't think about how it would ruin my base. Looks very nice, though. Looks very nice. Brine totally packed. Still lots of brine left. I was worried it would run down, but no, it's really, really good still. We'll be able to watch it come up this pipe very soon. It's a little brine train. Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo. Usually go for a natural gas power plant. I'm sure it's an awesome idea. It's just not something I've done much of. Yeah, I don't know a tremendous amount about how the how natural gas works. I think I've made it once. Coal is just much easier to me, and we still have 24 tons of coal, so no big worries yet. The lead temperature is 27 degrees. That said, it sat here for a very long time. With top speed to watch it ascend more quickly, if all we're doing is watching that. Okay, I think I'm going to stop the loop when it fills to here. Yeah? And that will then have headspace between here and here. The main problem with natural gas is generate heats. Yeah, probably does. Probably does. Maybe we'll look into it some more a little bit later. All right, let's see if this thing works. So the temperature is coming in at 27 degrees. So it should be checked here to see if it is below 20. And if so, it will go through. As right now it is 26, so it should continue along. And it does. Okay. It's at 25 now. Well, shoot. So, I remember saying, this biome was negative 61 degrees. And so there's no possible way that the liquid pipes would not get down very, very quickly. This was false. This was absolutely false. And so now it's completely backed up until this one drops below 20 degrees. Hooray! Off it goes. Now it's fine again. Eventually I might change how this works, but it's cooling fast enough for the moment we're fine. Hey, how's it going, Thrall? Good seeing you again. Okay. So we're on the way. Yeah, let's stop it there. It's not completely full, but I think it's close enough to full. This runs back now. Love it. We can go and get rid of this. And we may have finished a cooling loop. I'm going to leave this filling pipe in place, because I talked about maybe having another cooling loop going down this way at some point, but not quite yet. I missed a reconnection. Did I really? Oh, so I did. Thank you. What are you? What are you, Trixie Trixies? So apparently someone introduced a little bit more water. That's the last water that was in here, probably behind a bridge. Yeah, a bridge is inside of a bridge, I just didn't notice. So, the plumbing again. Need to pump 2 out, and then we'll be done. There we go. 1 pump. Finished. 2 pumps. You done? Oh, it's not flowing forward. It's not flowing forward, so actually, no, it does not pump out twice the same spot. So we have to do one more of them here, and that will fix it. Getting done. Cool. Okay. Now we connect one more time, and then all of our problems are solved. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There's actually a tremendous gap here. That's more than I wanted. There's no cooling happening between here and here right now. For this kind of loop, it's probably just fine, but at some point we might add some more. Okay. Cooling loop has been completed for now at least. Hey Curb, is this the base game? No, this is the DLC. This is the DLC, but this is our first base. Yeah, our first base in the playthrough. For sure, for sure. Curb, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. I wanted to add one more bed here for the eventual next character we take on board. That's good. So what I said I'd like to do next is attempt to get proper metal refining going instead of endless punching. Maybe that's possible. I do want to check on the dormancy here also. It's just idle, so not dormant yet. The big question in running the giant smelter machine is the forge, I think it's called, is dealing with the heat output. And I've usually used oil for the heat output. Folks suggested maybe brine instead. The only issue is I don't fully know if I can cool the brine down afterwards. Though we probably could using a very similar setup to this one. It'll just take quite a while and ruin the biome gradually. Speaking of which, all right, it's still looking good. Yeah, it's still looking good. It's still negative 63 degrees, no problems. I'd kind of like to find out what's over here as well. Okay, if I were to run additional brine through here for another cooling loop of the well below, it might get confusing. Not sure. I think separate cooling loops would feel better to me. So, I guess I'll make one like right here next. So I guess we want to dig in for that. Eventually I'm going to need to use these. So let's just dig to these for right now. And that'd be cool. I may need enough something to get steel to make one aqua tuner. Problem is plastic. I found any Drecos. Wait, I'm confused. Why do I need to make an aqua tuner? Aqua tuners make stuff hot, right? I'm not sure I need an aqua tuner, to be honest. As far as plastic, I'm trying very hard to get to space with no plastic creation. And so far, so okay. So we'll see. Aqua tuners make liquid cold. Okay, I'm confused on which one's which then. Tepidizer. Tepidizer's hotter. Aqua tuner. So I've never exactly used an aqua tuner. Looking back through some blueprints a friend sent me years back, there was one for like how to use aqua tuners effectively, and yeah, I really remember nothing about it, to be honest. So I think I've seen aqua tuners used effectively with hydrogen, maybe, but. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip out on the aqua tuner and just do the cooling loop here for now. And maybe long term we'll figure out other ways of dealing with heat. Yesterday there was a big discussion about turbines. I've never successfully made a turbine that works long term. And so I'll get to that eventually, I'm sure, just not right now. Okay, instead of digging into this hotter biome, which is not a huge issue, we could just have another line go right here for cooling fun. So we'll do that instead. All right, the question then is, where do we put the metal refiner to make this area easily accessible, because I don't want to run through the entire base, of course. We could just put our metal refining thing over here. It's gonna be warm, but not crazy warm. All right, cool, let's do it. I was saying we wouldn't do it, and now I think we will. So, straight on through. More heat, more fun. I guess we'll throw up some insulated tile. Let's try to keep this sin out. And there's abyss light up this way to the cooling area, but none on the closer part. And so maybe we should put abyss light here also. Though right now this area is still fairly cold. Yeah, it's only when I open this part I'll be worried about what happens. Okay, let's look at the things we need to use for refining. So in the refinement page, we have the metal refiner. What does kiln do again? Fires clay to produce ceramic. I think on prior playthroughs I've used ceramic for something involving space, but I honestly don't recall what I've used it for. So the metal refinery produces refined metals from raw metal ore, significantly heats and outputs liquid piped into it. It requires 1.2 thousand. So it requires more power than you can possibly carry on a little wire. So if we're going to put the refiner up here, then we need to get power up to it. As of right now, the power production is, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, way down here. So we could try very hard to get power production going up top, or we could run a big boy wire all the way up this way. Okay, where's it going? Yeah, all the way up this way. There is some stuff to deal with in between that I've kind of not want to deal with, most notably the uranium there. Do we see a way up here for just one pipeline that does not require dealing with the nonsense gases on the way? I'd prefer not to run it through a place where people go, though right here's a possibility, because they don't go here very often. Let's work our way backwards. So we can definitely get it here, no problem. We can destroy this beautiful, beautiful flower, which would ruin this thing's ability to be a nature reserve, but very few people use this room at all. We could instead just dig through here and run it along. Okay, I'm going to start running this just so I remember what I'm talking about. At the far end, we want to have the refiner. That'll be just refine. And I should probably have you stand upon something insulated. Cool. And so, giant power cable plugs into you. Nem, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out with us, Froze, as always. Alright, so you come over this way. And then we'll run it straight through here, which we'll have to dig out. No problems. Already marked. Good. And then we'll continue along. We can go over you, I believe. Okay. Now, from here, how can we get down without going through all this stuff? We can't just go straight through the tile line. If we dig from below, we can dig out this, and this can be dug out from above. I think we've found our solution. Igneous rock, bleachstone. Bleachstone will off-gas. Oh, it only off-gas if you dig it out. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah. So we want to just go ahead and continue along the same way. So dig this out, get the bleachstone. The bleachstone used to be put in a box down here. I actually don't know where the bleachstone's going anymore. That's a heck of a question. Where's my bleach stone? Hopefully just on the ground in various spots. If not, we got some slight problems. So, show me the resources. Show me the bleach stone. 193 of the stuff. Ah. Delightful. So how did you get the bleach stone? I feel pretty confident. Yeah. Almost certainly what happened is I marked all consumable ore early when it was the coal. And now the bleach stone is there. Good, 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 good. So the chlorine we've been picking up is flowing up from down there. Let's go ahead and put a box in here. The bleach stone's a little bit better segregated. And there's another stack somewhere else. On the ground is fine. Okay, it's just that pile in the middle there. Someone on the way to make this. Stinky's coming. Good, good. No. Looking good, looking good. So then we go through this area. And we're getting access to even more algae. Can you believe it? Okay, that takes us to here. This is an area I don't want to use because it is so centrally used regularly. This side, though, is not being used at all right now. So let's just run this down through here. We're going to have to use a bridge to get past this, but that's fine. Okay, and we'll go through the abyssite, no worries at all. So cut that wire. These wires are hanging out, just knocking out any polluted oxygen they see. There's more and more produced, so that's giving us not much of value, but cool anyway. It'll dig us all out eventually, I bet, but not quite yet. Okay, we can replace this with a bridge instead. He's doing clay to use in the kiln. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. And like I said, I don't really remember much about the kiln at all. I saw you say that it was used for ceramics, which is good for insulation. We just haven't quite gotten there yet. But maybe we'll use it up on the spaceship. Okay, and then we just go ahead and dig in. We can leave some of the abyssite, can't we? By going down here instead. Okay, dig in some. Dig in some. Also refine carbon for steel. Yeah, I don't remember what steel needs. I'm guessing it's iron and refined carbon then. Hopefully get that figured out today. Okay, make with ladders again. Sandstone ladders, my precious last sandstone. You want to do the mafic rock instead? This again. Getting close. All right, up this way. I think I see that my smart battery is actually running down now. It's actually not. No, we're still not consuming nearly enough power compared to what I worried we would be consuming. They can hop to here. Awesome. I'll actually just make hop lines. This is something I should do more often. It saves a lot of building. Dig through there now. Oh, actually, we don't need to dig through here, right? Because the ladder or the wire is already throwing a dig job as well. We actually don't need that one, do we? Yeah, we'll see if this works. See if this works as is. Oh. It is getting finished. Good job, Otto. Hopefully some oxygen comes and joins you. If not, there'll be oxygen down here waiting for you if you dig all the way through. Okay, so that is... I probably don't want to complete opening between these two sides. Like, probably nothing will come wrong with it, but segregating gas seems like it might be better for me. So can we just use a bridge box here with no problems? Yep, that's definitely fine. This is reachable right now, correct? I want to leave that first, and then we're good to go. Don't forget to set the new storage box. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the chlorine one is top priority, just the bleach stone. Awesome. Thank you for reminding me, Emo. Okay. So, go ahead and dig in this way now. And I'll put some tiles underneath. Sure, insulated tiles will be just fine. Add igneous rock all the way across. And then we'll ladder down here also. Okay, so we can dig to there. And then remove that. And we can't do much more until that's done. That's fine. Cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna get smelting going before too long today. We then want to run, we then want to run pipes up through here to get the cooling done. I'll wait on that until we have all the rest of this dug out and until it's getting nicely started. How's the cooling line looking? Okay, this is the big gap in the cooling period, but the liquid is coming back at only at 16 degrees still. So no cooling is happening up here yet. That said, I think 16 degrees is a little bit higher. So we may be overcooling the base. It's okay. It's okay. Surely, it's okay. Yeah, those pipes are good and cool, though. So this is the place that I really will pick up quite a bit of heat. It goes in this area at 16 and comes out at 17. 1 full degree change. Swell. Okay. Hey, fertilizer. Sure thing. We don't need either of these. The uranium geode is the meatball. I love that. Yes, I love that it's the meatball in the middle of our spaghetti. I make this one higher priority, just so it gets made, so we're able to make the box to lock it in. Here we'll need a hop line as well. Okay, more sandstone. Always glad to stop and get some sandstone. Some sand will fall through also, we'll have to remove. Wait, we don't need to go horizontally. Whoops. All this work being done to ensure we don't have to deal with weird gases. Beautiful. Looks absolutely beautiful. I don't want to lay out any more construction jobs. So I want to look at this, but not actually install anything yet. I guess I'm putting some digging jobs, right? Digging jobs would be a fine thing to add. So this area is meant to be a pit for when this ice inevitably melts. Someday. We'll leave it just that way. And I guess I'll go ahead and have us dig across this way. Yeah. And so this area is fairly warm. I want to leave as much material between these two zones. We will have to dig through Abyssite to get there, but I want to leave the copper and such. So I think we're going to do, this will be an unreachable area. I'm just going to mark it for right now. I think what we're going to do is, somehow, however, here we'll get up this way. And then once we're up this way, we'll just go ahead and dig on through this. We need to have two lines, though. We need to have a line for hot liquid to go in and cold liquid to come back. We'll need to dig out some out there. That one, too. I'll go a little bit beyond just to make sure we have space to work with. That'll work. And then up, up, up again. Okay, we don't need to dig us out, do we? Yeah, the reason I want to dig us out is just to be able to see more of the surface while going on the surface quite yet. At some point up here, we also need to create a an area where spacesuits are put on. Or I could just send a dupe running outside, holding their breath. Okay, cool. We actually, by digging into this area, have seen a bunch more up this way, including a building I've never seen before. Can't wait to see what that is in a second here. Up this way, there really is nothing much new, but first of all, a pajama cubby? Pajamas? A clothing storage unit contains ultra soft sleepwear. Wow. So what do pajamas do? Okay, it doesn't say what their stats are. A soft, fleecy ticket to dreamland. So all the clothes we've seen so far just give characters increased decor around them. I think we've also seen in the prior game, not in this game yet, we've seen clothes that are better at insulation against heat or against cold. But I'm curious how the pajamas work. And then what is this thing? The Somnium Synthesizer. So this thing is popping with a story trait, just like the Hermit down below is. Cool. Somnium Synthesizer. I've discovered a new dream analyzing building buried deep inside our asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. That's a bit of alliteration there. Sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicant's ability to dream? I've often wondered what they may be capable of once their imaginations are awakened. Okay, so apparently my dupes don't dream? They just shut down like little machines at night, perhaps. Okay. So we have to go push the button, but we can read a little bit more. An organic multi-cortex repository and processing system fueled by oxygen analyzes dream journals produced by duplicants wearing pajamas. I love this. I love this. They write dream journals if they're wearing their PJs. If not, no dreaming allowed. What's a dream journal do? Oh, not in the database. I agree. Shame, shame, shame. And the pajamas we saw are just nice and comfy. Provide a sustainable boost to duplicant skills and ability throughout the colony. So turning this thing on makes everybody a little happier and work a little better, apparently. Cool. That's really, really cool. I can't wait till you get there to explore it more, but that's awesome. Dupe dreams are dumb ways to die. Yeah, I bet the dupes are always thinking of awful ways to cause problems for me. Cool. It's not a high priority for us to get there right now, but I'll look forward to exploring that in the next couple days, perhaps. This is definitely reachable, right? Oh, it's unreachable. I haven't marked the actual dig out parts. Yeah. Okay. That's been made now. So finally we can build this here. I really hope we can read the dupe dream journals. Now, as I say that, I realize that's slightly creepy, and I should feel bad for wanting to read the dupe's dreams. Can they have no space of privacy? Is nothing sacred? All the dupes clearly just belong to me. Alright, so big power on the way. Again, though, this will consume, what is it, 1.2? Yeah, 1.2 thousand electricity bits. That's surely a real word. Real word, rather. We may not be producing enough power consistently. That said, we still have a decent amount of coal. And so. These three will produce enough, I believe, to make everything run, because this is not going to run constantly. But I think this is the path to run out of coal. And so after we have that thing up there functional, we'll probably need to start producing power in other ways, either with natural gas or, I don't know, stealing all the hydrogen, electrolyzing more to get more hydrogen, perhaps. Solve one problem and it introduces even more problems. Oh, also, there's a neutronium pad down here I talked about earlier. It's right here in the darkness. I suspect it's just a volcano, but I am curious on that. So I'm gonna set a dupe digging job to continue heading over that way and see, match our other volcanoes. Now, someone asked earlier, have I named my geysers? I actually didn't realize you could do this. And I don't know what good names there are for geysers and volcanoes. Like, I've never thought about that. Like, these are apparently just location designations. But it's not anything about, like, let's call this Mount Explosion. Mount Shamefully Hot. So, Old Faithful, I'm guessing, is a standard joke. I can absolutely imagine that being the case. But speaking of coal, lots here. Blasty McBlastface, Kiweed, I appreciate that you have your excellent memes at the ready. I suspect for the rest of my streaming career, anytime I ask what should we name things, I will get two answers. One is the Mick answer, and the other one is, let's call it Kevin. The standard joke in this channel for a very long time. I can't imagine a geyser being named Kevin, but I don't know how geyser people choose their names. I'm just not sure. Good old Kevin the Geyser. That's not what we want. Want digging instead? G. Oh, G. Alright, so a mighty bit of obsidian here. I wonder what the obsidian's gonna show behind it. Oh, it's just granite, actually. I think it's just a large collection of obsidian. And I know our obsidian is really important. I think it's one of the better insulators we have right now. Or at least it doesn't melt to a very high temperature, and so it can be used to hold back the flaming mess of it all. We'll see in a little bit. Alright. Unreachable food. Hello, Meemaw. What have you done, Meemaw? What have you done? Alright. We said earlier the sand would fall, and that might cause some problems. Meemaw, you can hop down. You're choosing to stay in that area right now. We're gonna assist you here by kicking us up one. Someone else is on the way already. Good old Bonnie has freed Meemaw. Hopefully Meemaw will make you some extra cookies in appreciation for that good work. Gotta love it. It's quite hot there. Only 47 degrees. You're alright. I know this can get very warm, and so I'm considering putting it in a room that has insulation around. Maybe it'd be a good place to have a cooling loop also. Oh, you know what? You know what we could do? Why don't we have the brine from the cold zone cool the room and then go into the machine? The only question is, does it need to have a certain temperature on the intake? I should make this out of gold, shouldn't I? The overheat temperature at 75. How much heat do you throw? 16,000 DTUs. I'm sure there's some math one could do to determine exactly when it's overheat. And it doesn't say what temperature has to go in. Okay, so I'm going to destroy that and actually make it out of gold instead. Oh, it's made out of stone. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it was made out of fancy metals. But no. So its overheat temperature is 75 degrees. Despite the fact it's made out of stone. So igneous rock has plus 15 overheat temperature and slow heating. Okay. I think my only concern with using a slow heating here is that then means it's slow cooling also. And so if I run brine past it trying to cool it, it may not do anything. So I'm thinking maybe I want to use obsidian. Because the obsidian will give that additional temperature change, but then also cool down much more quickly. Well, we'll see how that works. I'm going to give you an obsidian refinery and we'll see what happens. So I know that the brine will get much warmer. At what temperature does brine condense? Nope, wrong direction. Sublimate? Sublimate. Evaporate. There we go. It becomes a gas at 102. So it's just barely above the temperature of it is barely above the temperature of normal water. I knew it was a little higher, but okay. I think ideally we want to run the brine into here at like -10 or lower, just to ensure it doesn't overheat. And so we'll need to have a somewhat longer line like this, which is actually to say, maybe we don't need so many checks on this line as on this line, because I believe we'll be coming in much, much hotter. I'm not sure on that though. I'm not sure. Is power to here now? Not quite. What's missing? What's missing? What's missing? Oh, this section here, it's all reachable. It just needs to be reached. So I'll kick it one higher. I think it's the only construction job in the base right now, so it'll get done straight away. Cool. And then I'm going to make a bit of a blast wall here. There's no reason to have a little lip here unless we believe that the smelter is going to destroy itself through overheating and become like liquid obsidian on the ground. I don't see that happening, so we're probably just fine. Okay. And we'll go ahead and dig up also to go and get rid of this coal, which we'll surely need to use to keep this thing running, and put an abyssalite hat on it as well. Okay, this is actually consumed. Oh, right, because like a pile of metal appears there, I think. This is not going to work. This is not going to work at all. I'll remove this bit for right now. Or better yet, we can just put another ladder line over here. And look at some of it. Not all, but we'll come back around in a bit and get the rest. And here we go up again, and we'll dig this part out. No sand above, so nothing falls. Cool. Nope. The two sides looked uneven. I knew something was wrong. What was wrong is I jumped them too far here. There we go. Take out also. Cool. Cool, cool. So Marcus is getting done straight away. Bubbles is on the way. Cool. Has all the bleachstone been moved into this box? It has. It has. It has. So previously there was bleachstone hanging out here, and now there's not. and that's nice. Chlorine pressure here is 1070. Very curious where it maxes out. I don't think you can see that on the Dupopedia page. No, it doesn't say how much fits into a single tile. We can look for an area with like really high pressure, possibly. 1000, not sure. Hey, Gellyzar, good seeing ya. How's it going today, Gelly? Thanks for being up bright and early with us. Hope you're having a good one. We see here some pooling carbon dioxide. Yeah, I should have got that a very long time ago. Airflow tile there will help a little bit. Same with there. And same with there. This airflow tile with the hydrogen out here, which will go up, 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 and probably pool here instead. Hey, long commutes. Only more than 40% of the day is spent with commutes. We see exactly how bad it is. 52% of the day currently. Yesterday's only 44. Yeah, I mean, they're going to a weird place where they're not going to work long term. That's definitely what's going on there. It's fine. All right, let's continue adding the pipe they're talking about here. It's still unreachable, but once I get up here, we're going to want to have both an input pipe and a comeback pipe. The comeback pipe we definitely want to have insulated so that it doesn't pick up heat once it's done its business up here. So, you are a comeback pipe being made out of igneous rock. I'll dig out this corner also. It's fine though. Still a ways to go. So you're gonna end up down there somehow eventually, we'll see. And then the go in pipe will be quite warm also. As much as I want to cool down as fast as possible, I prefer not to exchange here at all. So we're gonna go insulated pipe next to insulated pipe and hope it doesn't cause any problems. Oh, slight issue though. If we go here, the chlorine will escape. So. So. Okay, what we'll do instead then is take this pipe and run it over one more, and then down here. Good. Okay. And then the go-in pipe, we'll do just the opposite. I did the same thing again. What am I doing? Put in the exact same spot. Like, perfect solution. No. One more over. Like that should do it. Yes. Okay. I'll put a pipe in the opposite direction as well. And that is more better, more good. Hey, Gellyzar. Friend Gellyzar, thank you for the resubscription. 42 months. I've heard that number's important somehow. Can't quite remember what it is, but Gelly, thank you so much for 42 total month subscription. Hope things are a-okay and good for you, my friend. Really appreciate the support, and it is really nice to see you always. Long-term friends. Back when I had a year of more or less complete unemployment and profound depression, Gelly and I played a bunch of Overwatch together off stream. It was a lot of fun. I was very bad at it, but it was a lot of fun for sure. Okay. We'll just leave that for right now and figure out the rest once the rest is done. I gotta stop pausing the game. So I can get the work done. Oh, but behold. Behold! Oh, almost behold. They can't quite reach that spot there. Alright, so there's one more, a little bit more there also. That's still all buildable. Okay, like I said, we want to make an obsidian one instead. Using our very limited obsidian pile. Cool. Hey Vera, how's it going? Okay, let's go check way down. I'm gonna add a new hotkey for the Hermit's spot. So control, I think 4 is nothing right now. Yeah, 4 is nothing. Spot number 4 will be visiting the Hermit. And I'll work on improving his decor at some point. And there's more this direction. Neutronium pad there. We do see a tremendous amount of obsidian, which is, as of now, just hanging out, not really protecting anything. Okay, so we'll go straight across, and when we get there, we'll just dig out one little corner and see what we see. Oh, is the water dormant yet? Still idle. Still idle. Can't wait to see at what point the thing finally turns off. I almost guarantee I missed the dormancy period. Over the course of 300 cycles, it's got to have turned off at least once. Though I don't think I knew it was there for the first, I don't know, 50 cycles or so. Hey, almost empty still. Almost empty. Like I said before, we have to do something with these. Something with these at some point. I might move this down to here so they don't stop off-gassing. Though, like we said before, the off-gassing is just more clay. That's a lovely thing. Hey, heading on to 200,000 food. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, because yesterday we had quite a bit less food for a while. And I think I took just like 1 omelet so far today off the printing pod. We're just climbing more and more and more on food, and that's lovely. What is not lovely is that our fridge is entirely full, largely full. So time to add a second one. Can this wire support another? Potential load's only 980. Surely this will be fine. Surely. It's controlling the main research, which we're not using terribly regularly. And nothing over here anymore. So the research room is the big draw. I think that's about it. Okay. I've been thinking about what to do with this area here, which we can continue digging out, and that's a nice open space. I think bigger rec room and finally a hospital would be a very good idea. So the slime here is in fact slimy, and the slime bucket does have space in it still. 58 million slime lung germs. Not any at all. Alright, good. Hello, Keen Wolf. Cycle 298. It's true. Just dig out one at a time. This will be fine. Actually, that one's gonna jump. No, not liquid anymore. It used to go all the way into liquid, but not these days. You are fake slime, as are you. This is non-slime, fake slime. All that, and that. At some point, the fake slime turns into real slime. Wait a second. I guess when you have the mining tool pulled up, it does not show you where there are germs. Is that correct? Because this is definitely germy. Yes, the mining tool does not show you if there are germs. If you mouse over, it does tell you. Okay, I'm sorry for calling you fake slime. That said, we're good again. Getting rid of one real slime for now. Also, a little bit of polluted water there. Where did the polluted water come from? I think something is leaking polluted water down. But what on earth would it be? Like up here, the polluted water is or polluted ice is definitely not melting. Possibly what it is someone taking polluted ice from over here and running it in the direction of the base, but not quite getting there. Speaking of germs, last time we looked, it was about 500, 600 per tile. Now, 496. We've not introduced more germs. Closer and closer every day to bright and beautiful germ-free water. Soon. Soon. The obsidian refinery has been made. It has no power still. They gotta be close. They gotta be close. This is all reachable. Just need to be dug out by someone who can do abyssite digging. Wait, unreachable dig. Why is that unreachable dig there? It really shouldn't be. Hello, Lindsay. Poor little Lindsay. Okay, so little Lindsay the builder came all the way to drop it off and is now... Are you going all the way home now? Going to dig. Wait, just dig right there. It's fine. Ruby, what you doing? You're going away too. The punching for more lime and salt and such. We don't have a lime storage anywhere. I think our lime is used exclusively for refining. We need a kiln also at some point. We'll add the kiln to this room most likely. Alright, so I want to go ahead and make a storage bin up here just for all the lime for now. Okay, we can dig out another line across here as well. And then even more coal availability. We're currently at 38 tons, 32 tons rather. Plenty. Alright, let's go ahead and think about the pipelines now. So probably at the area where we're actually plugging in to the refinery, we want to make sure we're insulated. On the output, definitely. Output, I'm going to use insulation all the way. And so green is out. Good. Now, I don't think I actually declared which is in, which is out. I don't think it actually matters. You connect these two together. Okay, so that is the really quite warm output, which is the input then to the water cleansing area. Make sure I remember which one's the input. I'm going to throw a sensor here that we'll probably not actually use. It's just a little reminder. Then, in the other corner, so this is the returned brine. So once we get close to the machine, I want to try to cool it down as much as I possibly can. Though again, it only overheats at what temperature now? I mean, it overheats at 90. Wait, total overheat temperature, 90 degrees Celsius. Base value, plus 348.2 degrees Celsius. And then obsidian adds 15. That's strange. I don't know why it says the base value of overheating here is 348. I'm guessing it's hard locked at 90 or something. So you don't just use obsidian for machines. Okay, so once we're in the room, we're just going to use standard pipes. Let's not go too far. Okay, and then we'll go underneath and around and in. Hopefully then that will cool down this room kind of nicely. Like, we could just radiant pipe right over top of it. This will also help with the air and so on. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. Our mighty radiator there. Actually go a little bit closer here. Too far. Sure, nice enough. Okay, power is connected. So what we can refine here is, as you know, just copper to copper, gold to gold, iron ore to iron, and then finally proper iron into proper steel. pure steel from iron. And steel has the advantage of being plus 200 degrees on overheat. And I believe it's also necessary to make our rocket ship. And so that's going to be a really, really cool advantage for the base, but it actually works the way we think it does. Go ahead and throw another insulated tile over here. Oh, right, we can't build tiles onto the floor with the big power line. We just replace it with a brick instead, but maybe I'll leave it as is for now. We'll see what the heat does in this area. Everyone's now arriving. We'll need to make a little ladder line up. Those all get dug out. They'll get dug out also. They can hop across. And they should be able to get all the way up there then. Nice. Until we have the brine cooled, I'll want to continue punching the metal we need for our automation system. As of right now, how much do I have in the way of refined copper? 405 kilograms. I believe it's a very small number for the sensor here, right? Yeah, 25 kilograms for that. And how much for the liquid shut-off thing? 50. I think we have enough. Well, maybe not have quite enough to do all we want to do right now. So let's go down here again and just add in a few more. And I know I said repeatedly this is a temporary location for this machine, and I never actually moved it. The final move is going to be replacing it with a refinery, and that'll be quite nice. Don't need that for sure. Okay, so I want to add an abyssite line, not abyssite, sorry, insulated tile line, right across here. And as I said before, eventually this will all be sealed up because we don't need to be climbing in there once we have the power figured out. In the exact same way that we want to seal this area because it's not something we need exposed. So we'll move this one wire here and then replace it with a normal block. Potential load is 1.5 kilowatts. I think it's just counting the building here and the smelter up top. Keep on a smelter as opposed to a refinery. I actually do not know the difference between smelting and refining. I'm sure there's some important distinction there. Maybe smelting's a kind of refining, but not the whole category. Awesome. As they're building that, we can just dig all this out. And they'll gradually put the tiles in over and over again. Yeah, so my very best diggers are still kind of slow on this big stuff. I do wonder if I can have other of my diggers become super hard diggers to help out. So, Abe and Bonnie are both already hazmat diggers. They already have their carrying and strength and so on. That's about all we need. There is a ranching desire. Deep in his heart, Abe really wants to do the work of being a rancher. Bonnie is all the way also. We'll get one of these. Refining is removing imperfections. Smelting is adding things. Okay, I assumed absolutely incorrectly that smelting was just a very hot thing that makes metal melt. I didn't realize that in smelting you add something to the metal. Cool. Yeah, I had no idea. I got some friends who do blacksmithing, but I've never asked them about the exact process. Oh, apparently Hassan here would like to do more digging. All right, he's the first one over 15 morale need, I believe. Not quite true. Abe's at 16 already. Liam, give you a little more strength. And as we're going higher and higher morale, I really should do the work of, I really should do the work of decor in the base. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Okay, so, decor. Where do we start? Where do we start with the old decor concerns? Alright. I'm happy to say that this bedroom is pretty nice. I'm less happy to say that I forgot to make this one nicer. Now, did I actually research the giant metal blocks thing? I did not. That's the nicest way to make the statues. But here we'll do a large sculpting block made out of granite, and that should be beautiful. Up here looks very nice. I'm actually surprised how nice this room is. I'm guessing that showers are neutral, and that the crown molding helps quite a bit. Actually, me too. Yeah, I don't know, unfortunately. Across here, we can make a small pile of sculptures. Beautiful, beautiful. And it seems to be the case we're having no problems with the colony's bathroom needs with the 6 current toilets. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this wash basin also. Then we got this room. So as you see, we have one of our crafting desks in here. At some point fairly soon, I'll need to make a crafting forge for making the suits, the heavier exosuits. I'm not exactly sure how much heat those produce. Maybe we can go here, or maybe this could be our hospital or rec room that I keep saying, someday. I wonder if everybody has a desk now. So we have 16 characters. How many dining tables do we have? I don't have to count, unfortunately. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, yes. We need 16. We have 16. Surely we can never let another character into this base. Surely. I mean, we could definitely get rid of the decor item there, but... alright. How nice is the room looking right now? It's not half bad. But it could have definitely made it a little bit better if we put the line of crown molding across the top there. And that definitely gets made out of the good old granites. Good stuff. And we do the same thing here, can't we? Because crown molding doesn't block heads. Looks a little ugly and weird. That's okay. The kitchen here, I said that poor Catalina spends her whole life in this room, and it's just not well prepared to be an enclosed room. So, sorry, Catalina. Earlier we were talking about putting a deodorizer here in case the polluted dirt passing by were to drop polluted oxygen. I don't think it does, though. So I think instead we'll just put another source of great beauty here. So Nails the artiste is probably going to be quite busy for a bit getting all these made. That's just fine. Alright, who do we get next? The copper ore. No reason to have that at all. What's the machine on top of Catalina? This here. Yeah, this here's a spice grinder. You can use different kinds of ingredients to make different kind of upgrades to your food. And so Freshener makes food decompose more slowly. It's seeds plus salt. Rocketeer Spice, fungal spores and sucrose makes your pilot be a better pilot. Brawny Spice, stronger people carrying stuff. That's water, weed, and iron. And Machinist Spice, better operating skills. Blossom Seed plus slime. And I've used absolutely none of them. Absolutely none of them, because I just don't know which one's right, so it just sits there. Like when you get one of those, what is it, giant blender things, the bright red mixer, the KitchenAid mixer, and you say, now that I have the KitchenAid mixer, I will make a cake every single week. And then how many cakes do you make? You make one cake, and then say, someday I'll do it again. Someday. And you don't. And you don't. Oh, poor Catalina. Alright, so this is the input side. So, it will have cooled a pretty decent amount by the time it gets up here. Hopefully. Though it is insulated, so maybe it won't. I'm going to remove this... Well, I want to make it look nice. So, hello. In hopes of making it look nice, I'm going to have the input line begin here and go to just normal, boring old pipes. And this one will definitely be hot, where the cooling loop over here has not gotten hot, and so the second line has not been needed at all yet. This one will definitely be hot from the very beginning. And so I'm thinking we shouldn't even make a check as we begin, because any liquid coming through will definitely be good and hot. Yeah, I think that's right. Starting here we'll connect, and then we'll run for a little bit. And then I guess we'll go ahead and check. And if it's the case that the liquid has cooled down, that's right, it's output. It'll then go this way, which should be insulated past that point. Insulated and go back down again. Oops. Okay. And this now is plugged in. Cool. But if it's the case that no, it hasn't cooled down sufficiently, which it probably will not have, we just continue along. And I guess we're checking off again here. There's no particular rhyme or reason for how far I'm going, but we'll see. Hey, Sally, you got a 6-quart bowl, make simple bread every Saturday? Awesome. Yeah, one of my friends back in grad school had some kids, and his kids would always want like the fancy bread from the store. And he would always say, I can make bread at home for 14 cents of material. And yeah, I mean, he was absolutely right. But his friends his kids wanted the Wonder Bread instead. And so even though he would promise to make his 14 cents flour bread, they would still show up with the more expensive stuff. Hey, Dad, why not use radiant pipes for cooling? Those are some words. You're absolutely right. I think the reason not to use radiant pipes here, and I'm not sure it's a good reason, is the heat transfer is so fast that I worry that the liquid will overcool and turn to ice. But dead cold, you're absolutely right. That's a really good idea. Because up here it's negative 60-some degrees. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If it's not working well, then we'll definitely change these things. But hopefully it will work fine. We'll see. Agonarch. Hello, Agonarch. Hope you're having a good night. Okay, I'm going to say that's all we need for now. If not, we'll see. Can radiant pipes be any mineral? No, radiant pipes have to be metals, I believe. You can't radiate with stone. Oops. Okay, that's all marked to dig out already. Cool. Hope that's enough. If not, we'll add even more. Okay, ducky. So very soon here, behold, behold. And I'm going to leave this open for right now, but I will close it fairly soon. Yeah, as I often say, what you're seeing here is not like the preferred way to play the game. It is absolutely just the way I happen to be putting things together right now. And so if you're looking for like suggestions on how to make your base better, don't look too closely or you'll be absolutely infected by thinking this kind of nonsense is acceptable. You'll look at it and you'll say, this is how good players construct pipes in the base. Oh. If there's less than 1 kilogram in a pipe, it won't freeze. Really, Popemobile? Had no idea. Why is that? Yeah, why is that? I can think of no good reason for... Yeah, I think of no good reason why less than 1 kilogram of water wouldn't freeze. Yeah, I'm not sure on that, I guess. Makes sense. What are your thoughts on it? Yeah, no worry at all. I'm glad it makes sense, though. Yeah, thanks for asking, sincerely. They can't make that jump. So, more ladders, more good. Okay, they can make the jump then, and they won't fall in again. It won't burst the pipe. So, the pipe will burst. Oh, do you mean like a single kilogram? Okay, so if a single kilogram of water freezes in a pipe, then the pipe just gets an ice cube inside of it instead of anything that provides pressure for it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Only we had a way to make ice cubes. Oh wait, we do. We have the ice cube maker, but also a juicer. We haven't made the juicer. There's so many things we haven't made. So many things. Up here we got some more copper ore. We got scads of ice. That is that. Someone's suffocating. What went wrong, Lindsay? Oh, Lindsay, you little cutie. Oh, Lindsay. Oh, Lindsay. I remember when RimWorld had the big update to stop pawns from building inside to out. Yeah, that's one of those cases of definitely dupes be dumb. The Gaspy. You're just fine. You're just fine. Just open this up, please. Okay, thanks. Let's try it again, Lindsay. Try it again. Poor buddy. Poor buddy, Lindsay. Let's check the temperature now that we have our cooling pipe going through the main base. Yeah, it's nice and cool again. You'll recall that in an early game, this section here was getting increasingly warm. It was on the high element of yellow, heading towards hot. And now it's a lot better. The brine moving through is 18 degrees. So it is still gradually warming up. It's just not quite there all the way. It's looking okay. It's looking okay. As long as I said before, the base does not freeze up, we're all right. Yeah, the hot pipe coming back is still 20 degrees. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We're digging in this way to see what the geyser was. Hey, look! It's another minor volcano! Woo! Yesterday's stream title was the Useless Geyser Appreciation Society. My friends, I give you another useless geyser for the time being. But digging over there, we found even more coal and nothing else super exciting down here. But lots of obsidian for the future. And I guess we can invite the dupes to continue heading over this direction, see what else we find. There's some room here I've not seen before, so let's head over that way and see what we find. Giving that volcano some wide berth. Is that what happens when your child is overterm? It's a wide berth. That's right. Okay. I don't like how the grubs like stretch out like that. It probably feels real good for their backs, but looks horrifying. Because that makes me imagine they can climb into my bed at night. Like, they're able to go far too high. I actually prefer the little, what are they? The little, Sweetles, self-contained elevator. That's what we love. Getting close to done. Getting close to done. Just still digging. One thing we need to be cautious about is if ice melts up here, it'll then drip on down. But it should take a very long time before it melts out. I'll come farthest to the left. Hey, we found more space. Space is a bit of a rocky mess right now. We'll probably go out and
mine down to a flat space for building our rocket eventually. And I never quite know where to put the rocket ship up top. I remember, what do I remember? There was something involving putting your telescope at like the far side of the map, so it couldn't be hit by meteors or something. I don't remember all the ins and outs of it. I remember I never exactly figured out space. But now, no regolith is good. Yeah, Cycle 300. Thank you. Happy Cycle 300, friends. We've played 44 hours of Auction Not Included on this base so far. It has become a full-time job, but nothing but Oni forever and always. I guess while we're up here and working, I may as well go ahead and add one more loop. Like, there's no particular reason not to, except that I was feeling like I don't want to waste materials up here. So how much space did I put between these two? Oops. Oh gosh, why did I do that? G key is dig key. So internal, it is 7 by 2. So 7 by 2. If you put wall toilets at the edge of the map, you get magical waste disposal. Wait, really? That seems a little bit ridiculous. I said internal. That's the wrong spot. Here instead. Okay, let's go the rest of the way. Oops. Keep copying the wrong thing. Yeah. And the output is insulated. We need a sensor and a wire. Eventually we're going to use some big fancy logic. As of right now, it's just on-off. Which I guess is fine, but it's not the great brain teaser that it'll all be eventually. So back in the original game, I recall that when you got close to the surface, there was like a facility that explained to you the relationship between the outside and the inside. And you could see what appeared to be Earth in the background, but I'm guessing this is a totally different storyline, and so we're not floating on a little bit of Earth that's been blasted off. What is this for? This is for lime. It should be the only place in the base where lime is stored. Is lime miscellaneous? No. Is lime organic? It's eggshells that have been smushed. No. Is it an industrial ingredient? No. Can't be soil. I don't think it's a filtration medium. Everything's liquefiable in principle. It's not a mineral. It's not a metal. Well, the Wikipedia. What on earth is lime? That's not how we spell lime. What is lime? Lime is a construction material. Solid consumable ore. It's a consumable ore. Like bleachstone. There you go, team. We found it. Looking for lime in all the wrong places. Okay. I'm gonna try to add this in again, and hope Lindsay doesn't sneak her way in there to cause problems. I did find its slivers. I had to push a bunch of buttons and eventually we found it. Thank goodness. Should have tried the bar. I could ask the bartender, may I have a lime, please? That would definitely do it. Yeah, there's a drink I like in the summers. What is it? Vodka soda, and it's quite good with lime or with lemon both. Unfortunately, the summer doesn't get quite hot enough here to enjoy sitting out on the porch having a drink. Where did this come from, I wonder? Where did the polluted water come from? I don't think it could drip here. Certainly not. I know I mined out some more up here, but I don't recall there being any polluted liquid. We don't ask the question where the pollution comes from. Digging out some more slime. Slime lung is still not escaping. There was some over here before, but now the floral has pushed out sufficiently that the slime lung has been pushed inside. And we have no one allergic yet. We got to make sure that continues. No allergies allowed. We could speed up the game while this part gets done, but I'm enjoying the current work speed. How far are we to the edge of the map? Fairly close. Very soon we'll see the entirety of space, I believe. Now we're just missing the outside edges on each one, and I expect it to be nothing different than just the continuation of the slopes up and down over and over again. Are we going to build a rocket tomorrow? Is that actually a possibility? Like, if we actually factually have steel production, what is holding us back from going to the surface and getting rocketry started? Nothing but our own meager inhibitions. We also may have a problem with power. Like I said, we have plenty of coal right now, but there's no guarantees on that. Like, coal will eventually run out, and then we'll really wish we had other power being produced. This geyser is currently dormant. If we wanted to try to use this natural gas, now would be a good time, because it's only 37 degrees in there, and coming out of the geyser is 150. So that could be good. Hatch Farm is infinite coal. Yeah. The only worry then is, what do they eat long term, right? Because it's not infinite coal because they have to eat something, and eventually run out of stone to feed them. But I'd prefer to move away from hatches and coal at some point. This one still not dormant. Yeah, I think it's better to move to power production off of a geyser, where you're guaranteed to have it produce forever, no ways. But as of right now, there's plenty of coal, no worries. I'd be able to hatch food by cycle 3000. It seems likely. Don't need to worry too much about that, I suppose. And we can import more things from other planetoids soon enough. Cool. I think we can go ahead and start pumping brine into this also. And the brine pump area is right here. One possible challenge is the only brine that's being pumped right now is this loop here. I will be taking some more in just a moment to feed this cooling line here. And I will want to make one more cooling line down this way. But insofar as this just on continues to produce forever, eventually, and I don't know when, but eventually this thing will fill with brine entirely. Now, the hydro sensor, I'm going to move to green signal. Wait, so what I want to do is to close if the brine bucket fills all the way. Green signal means open. So as of right now, it's opening then. If it goes to above 1, then it will close. Already set up that way to ensure we don't have an overflow. I might move it even a little bit higher because we can continue containing brine. But yeah, at some point we'll have the problem of too much of too many liquids. Also, it'd be a really good idea for us to upgrade these to the better farm tiles. We can just irrigate. We have scads of water, no concern there. Okay, so if I want to introduce the brine from here, it runs to here right now. Okay, we can hop here, go in. Yep. Scadsy gals. We got scads of a lot of things. I'm actually surprised at how I've not run out of resources on most things so far. I feel like using this point in the playthrough, I've run out of something important. But maybe this time I've finally gotten all of my my dupe-based knowledge squared away, such that we're not forgetting to do anything, and it's not all falling apart. This is a bit more bridges than we'd like, but it's only temporary, so that's okay. Okay, spin here. Like, so we just come across and feed it here. Okay, we want to go through... Oh, we need to power these also. Yeah, obviously we do. So, more than enough power is coming this way for anything we possibly want. I can throw a transformer on it, just have enough power to run this sad little area up here. Now, these are currently on the same wire line as various other stuff in the base, here and there and everywhere. At some point before too long, this this pump will stop being needed at all. In fact, we're actually basically there right now. Yeah, this room can be shut down very, very soon. So because it's been rarely pumping, we can definitely just steal additional power from this line. Cool. They got a little bit more just for safe space. And like I said before, it'd probably be a very good idea to have some mesh tiles here that ensure that liquid will flow down instead of going all the way down here. We'll add that in a little while. Okay, time for the setting of the sensors. So, if it's below, I don't know what temperature. So when does brine melt again? Melt at -22. So I'm gonna say if it's below -10, open up and let it go. And the same thing on each of these. If it's below -10, let it go. Now, over here, I have a last minute checker that ensures the temperature going through has not picked back up above 20. And if it does, it then has to go back through the loop again. That's to ensure whenever this area becomes too warm, we don't pump too warm water back through. But as of right now, it is still -61 degrees, -46 degrees. We're fine for the time being. Yeah, definitely fine for right now on that. And so I suspect for the time being we're okay here also. I'll let it run. We'll need to keep an eye on it though, because we are going to pump quite a bit of heat in via the smelter. Okay, so -20, -20, same thing here. If below -20, -10? Wait, did I say 20 or 10? The -10. Or -10, fine. And in case it doesn't cool out enough, we'll dump through there as well. Awesome. I think that's going to work. Can't wait to see how it works. And yeah, I'm going to go and seal this up now. We have lots of ladders to get out if we need more stone, but for right now I think we're okay. Don't need any of these anymore. Remove each of you. Oh, that's moving all on those spots. We only want to remove the buildings, leaving the other item behind. Did it again. What am I doing? The cancel, I canceled buildings. So no, destroy just buildings. Thank you much. I have to remove them one at a time, unfortunately. We should definitely clean up all this junk as usual. People don't like seeing just junk on the floor here, then everywhere. I got a mirth leaf seed. Mirth leaf seed. There we go. It's hard to say. What can we make look a little nicer in this base? You know what? We'll throw in a bit of decor in the middle here. And that'll make it all look much nicer. Also, with this ladder here, why don't we put in even more of the lovely molding? Let's make more ladders to help with that, but that's fine. think from here they can reach that. Okay. They'll throw a tiny little... Never plug this in or never set it correctly. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay. And they'll put another plant box in here. So we got... Is more than 2 squares here doubtful? It doesn't say it's unreachable. Oh, is it reachable from here? We'll see. Stinky's on the way apparently to make it right now, so I've got hopes, I've got beliefs. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Stinky can stand right there and do it. That's why it can be done. Cool. Let's go make a nice spot for flower pot. So up to the first line is now made. Let's wait till it's all made. I'd hate to get a back up here and not be able to solve it. Alright, the first thing we're going to make is take an iron ore to iron. And then iron to steel needs refined carbon as well as lime. And for that we need a kiln. Don't remember much about a kiln. So let's pull it up and see what we got. Fire's clay produces ceramic. Okay. Heat is 20,000 DTUs. The kiln actually throws more heat than the refinery does. Probably because the refinery dissipates some of its heat through the liquid, where the kiln is not liquid cooled. So, I'm a-thinking. I'm going to change this slightly. So that the kiln also gets brine cooling before it goes in the machine. Yeah. That seems sensible. This will be our really, really hot room. Noticing that really, really hot room does not have any easy way to get oxygen into it. Like, it's relying on the kindness of strangers to just drop oxygen there. So, we'll need to, pump oxygen directly in eventually. As right now, oxygen is being pumped to here, so it's not such a long way to go. And put it over in the corner here. And then work our way back. Goes elephant go. Okay. With this is set up, this will only let oxygen pass if it's completely over pressure. But because it's going over pressure regularly, I think I'm fine with that. It's probably better to do it right and actually pipe around it. So I'm going to do it right. Like that. And then destroy the pipe behind. And fill them this way. Now, all this is insulated. Why? Yeah, because the oxygen coming out is still 14 degrees, and I'm worried about the farm. But the farm is still 20 degrees or so. I believe the water pumping through, well, no. I actually don't know where it's picking up heat, other than the water being put in the tiles and the dirt. That may be it, actually. Yeah, looking nice and green, exactly temperate. Mid-base, looking nice and green. Some of the metals that are, or the rocks that have been brought in are a little warmer. They will cool. Same thing here. We don't have a cooling pipe running through this room yet. That's the kind of thing I need to fix by adding another brine line, because the cooling pipe's going up through here and then heading straight down. So we need to get this half cooled as well as the bottom middle section. But no, middle of base looking surprisingly comfy. I would not mind living here as long as it didn't have to work like the dupes work. As long as that, I'm happy. Yeah, let's check real quick how the germs are looking. So we're starting with well over 100,000 germs. And it's still filling. Really? Really? Okay. I can't look too closely. Okay, so while the filler is running, it actually is successfully killing the germs. Because at 140 and then onto 80 or so. I wonder if the higher amount of chlorine you have in front of the machine, the faster it purifies. Or if it's just like any tile of chlorine is as good as any other. Carbon dioxide, though. Okay, I've said this many, many times. I need to do it now, or I'll never actually remember to do it. So I'm going to add a pump in here just to get the carbon dioxide out. And then the room is not going to be used hardly at all, and that will stop more carbon dioxide from coming in. If possible, what suggestion do you have? Sure, tell me your suggestions. This pipe here, I have no idea what it's doing. I think it pumped chlorine out of here once upon a time. Fill the rest of the water tanks. These? So I don't fully understand why you'd like that. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why you'd like that. I mean, I agree that it would cleanse more of it. Then leftmost one have lots of germs, center one barely any, and right one none. So the way I have it set up right now, where it fills for a time and then degermifies and then goes free, has worked pretty well. We haven't had any germ escapage in a while. I guess I worry if I modify the setup without having a germ sensor available, that it will most likely go really, really bad. And most likely allow a lot of things in. My setup is good but flawed. Flawed! Oh, my beloved chest has been destroyed. Good but flawed. So I don't understand what's flawed about it not filling all of up. Like, if I had a plastic sensor thing, okay, do this thing inside the left one, not the right one. Okay, I'm confused. You're saying to... do the same thing in the left one, not the right one. So you're saying, like... have the water... go into here and come out here, like just reverse the order. If all of them are full, then the mega germs only hit the left tank for degerming. So the reason I'm not filling the tanks entirely is I worry that if I pump more in while it's pumping out, the germs will somehow get pumped out. Don't do that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean by fill the tanks. Like I know what it means to fill tanks. I got that part down. So I think, like I said, my profound worry, biggest worry there is to have germy water going in while germ water's coming out. Leave the output closed and open the intake. Well, so yeah, I can definitely do that, right? I could fill them right now, but I don't want to have to manually come back here regularly and do stuff. It's set up in this way so I can ignore it more often than not. I think I'm okay with this. Oh, just fill them right now. Cool idea, thanks. I don't think you're wrong. I'm not going to, and I'm okay with that. Goodness. Hey, Pumpkin Pie, thank you for the radio host. I appreciate it. How the heck you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a very good day. And how was your Oni play today? Brainless, hello friend, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm Resorty. We're playing a little game called Oxygen Not Included. Our little base is growing ever more. It's ever very good. If you don't know Pumpkin Pie, joined the community fairly recently to hang out with us, and it's been very nice having her hang out with us sometimes. This wire right here I want to use to fund this pump here. And what? Filter after the pump. Why? No, I'm not looking for criticism of this area right now, okay? I'm just going to zoom in very close on the pump, and don't you worry about what it's connected to. Secrets. Oh, filter at the pump. All right, we said the pump. I thought you meant the sieve. I was like, I don't want to. I don't know how I play and stream this for so long. Yeah, I've been doing the stream thing for a very long time, and so I can just play for a long time with nothing going bad, but I see what you mean. When you say filter, you don't mean this thing. Again, Pumpkin Pie, thank you for hanging out with us, and I hope you have a great day. Gas filter thing needed. Good. And the orange one will be carbon dioxide. I think what's in here is just chlorine and carbon dioxide, most likely. So we can run it either way if we want to. But for now, that's in. That's out. Out is going to be carbon dioxide. That's fine, but feels kind of bad actually, because then chlorine will get processed over and over again. Hello, Moist. How you doing? 100 ways to do things, play the game how you like. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm having a good time and making the choices I want to. I just want to be an interactive streamer, so when people suggest that I do things or try things, I want to take it seriously. I just get confused sometimes. That's definitely what's going on here. But I'm happy with how the base is going right now. I'm really enjoying this playthrough, and I don't want to change something that would spoil that for sure. So we're stealing from this line. I shouldn't say stealing. Stealing feels so mean. It's all mine already. That would be good. Now, up here. Behold, the next cooling loop has been finished. Behold! So now we need to fill it. Oh, this is kiln stuff. It's not actually attached right here, so we'll get no liquid. And the circuit is not completely a circuit. That's okay. Is brine coming this way now? Heck yes it is. Okay. I want to build pipe down here. I'm probably going to put a radiant pipe right behind the kiln. I just don't quite know what the kiln looks like yet right now. Oh yeah. The kiln looks like a bagpipe. That is the truth of it. I have to put 2 of them in. Might be more than we need, but we'll see. Radiant pipe. Here. Maybe radiant pipe instead. We'll see in a little bit. I just like my little S-curves. Alright, radiant pipe out of copper. Cool. And cool. Alright, so brine is getting nice and cold and heading up here. As it comes through, it's at 0.1 degrees. It's actually getting warmer, because it came into the room at negative 0.1. But here, it's still at 0.1. It's insulated, maintaining its temperature. That's fine. I don't want it to freeze while up here. And then we come to the cooling zone. It's now negative 0.5, it's not going to hit -10 by the time it goes here. So it continues on its merry path. When it gets here, it's at only -2. Okay, so I need to hang for a minute while it cools down up here. And so while I was worried about it potentially overcooling, I now recognize that the bigger issue is it's cooling fairly slowly, in fact. So we talked about adding a radiant pipe. Let's add a radiant pipe to each area and really, really hope it does not overcool. That'll help, though. Okay, temperature is now -5, -6, only a few more degrees and it will continue along. Oh, why is this one unreachable? Looks pretty reachable to me. I'm going to build it again and see what happens. Still unreachable. Oh, because this is actually a tile, right? These are blocked in. They can't hop past while hanging down. That's annoying. Okay. Alright, so to go up there instead. Hey Ironword, am I winning? I'm always winning. If people are hanging out with me and having a good time, it's a winning day in the Resorty-verse as always. That's right, the Resorty-verse. That's where we all live. -11. -10.6. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. Oh, never mind. Wait, never mind. I'm about to say this is backwards. I'm about to say this is the output. But no, that's right. That's right. Okay. Why is this not running? Because now it's green, and I think it's connected with automation. Yeah, definitely. So it's green, so it should be dumping this way. This one here. Yeah, this one right here is the issue. All right, team. Someone coming. Otter's on the way. It'll get done soon, and then that should allow it to go. Unless. I realize just now these are outputs. Oh, no, we're good now. Excuse me. I was worried that the outputs would force it not to run this way, but no, it's good. It's good. And it gets colder and colder. Will we see some exploding pipes here real soon? Gosh, I hope not. Otto, it's an emergency. Just get it done, man. Boy, oh boy. Bubbles on the way also. No on the way for this one quite yet. Folks, they are arriving. We can just grab the igneous rock off the ground. In fact, it already is igneous rock, so yeah, they can grab it just there and get it made right away. You can do it, Bubbles? You can do it? Oh, Bubbles. Oh, Bubbles. Bubbles' job too, because I didn't make it higher priority, but Bonnie's on the way. It'll get done before anything explodes. -18. Okay, the Brian's only -10 actually. There it's -19. -22 is the problematic moment. Yeah, we might get a little bit to clean out here pretty soon. Upgrade to those. Unfortunate. It's going to cool much faster by having added that in. Oh boy. Who's coming? Anybody? Bonnie on the way? Oh boy. Bonnie's getting something from way far away. I swear there's igneous rock on the floor in the room. Like, igneous rock. Please make it out of igneous rock. It's right there. Alright, welcome to exploding pipe time. There it goes. There it goes. Hey, finally we have some ice on the ground now. It looks good. As I said before, just to ensure we don't have some sort of terrible leakage, we're going to want to put a mesh tile across here, and then probably dig down a little bit more at some point soon, but at least hold on to some liquid before it goes escaping that way. Okay, the pipe has been made. The gas is flowing once more. When I say gas, I mean brine, certainly. When the brine gets to here or so, I'll stop it. That said, I believe it's the case that this thing fills up, right? I think this little marker here indicates how full it is. So if I let it run all the way, it'll be okay. I'm going to divert the brine before it hits the cooling area. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, we'll be cutting this, definitely. Because I don't need cooling. Oh, in case thing is not running. I see what you mean. So if it's totally backed up, we'll want to dump some so it doesn't just sit there and break pipes. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. Okay. Let's make with the stopping in. Just a moment here. Just a moment here. Let's call it there. This one now, so we need to run this backwards. Okay, so what we need to do is have some kind of like holding area for brine in a neutral temperature area, possibly like right here, in case we're actually not using I should have worked on the refine pipes on the other end. This one's cooling so fast and these ones aren't. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. Okay, so I'm going to say neutral temperatures right here. And we'll need to use some kind of fun flow. We'll need to use some kind of fun that's the input or the output. That's the input. Some kind of fun logic to figure out exactly what we want the thing to do. Behold! Liam is producing our first ever iron. As right now the machine's up to 42 degrees. It's not really being cooled by brine going past. 45. Oh, it is cooling down. Kinda, sorta. Over here, we need some refined carbon. Don't know how much we need. We'll add a few, though. Refined carbon's an excellent radiation shield. Haven't seen that yet. Yeah, what temperature does it come out at? Let's at 26 degrees, actually. So it went in at negative 10. Came out at 26. That's not as bad as the word it would be. Not too bad at all. It's fun. It's fun to see it work for sure. Alright, and then it's time for steel is fun. The other thing I'm seeing is there are now more and more gaps in the brine line. I'm thinking that I didn't realize quite how much filled into the machine here. So I'm thinking we do want to add in some more, actually. Yeah, it fills quite a bit. Hundreds and hundreds. Probably holds a whole tile worth. Anyway, my friends, it's about 1:30 my time. I think I'm gonna call it there. Gotta go to the store and buy some rice. Gotta go buy some bread and get some more sandwiches. We accomplished things today. What did we accomplish today? We accomplished getting the cooling loop working. That's true. We accomplished... I guess we did smelts. Like, actually factory smelting occurred. That was good. And, other than that, I'm not sure we did, but it was a few hours of fun. So thank you for hanging out, folks. See you tomorrow morning for almost certainly Oni. I know I talked a good game about, oh, we'll play other games. No, we won't. More Auction Not Included tomorrow. I hope you look forward to it the same way I do. Thanks a lot, folks. Have a good one. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.